Okay. This feels like. You'll let me know when it's on. It says Zoom. We're good. Okay. Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell. And representing the Planning Department, we have Deputy Planning Director Jeffrey Darrow.
Aloha.
All right, the commissions. Okay, have you all had an opportunity to read all of the materials provided? Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I note that each commissioner has verbally confirmed having had an opportunity to review the application materials and all submitted testimony. Again, please turn off your cell phones. The restrooms are located outside the front door. On the right, there's also a drinking fountain. If there's anyone in person here today that wants to testify, please fill out the yellow sign-up forms at the staff table. Also, if you have any written testimony that has not been sent in earlier, you may submit it to the staff now. Okay, we're going to begin with the approval of minutes. October 17th, 2024 minutes to be approved, and ask if there's any corrections.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the October 17th, 2024 minutes.
And a second, please.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Noborikara. It was moved by Commissioner Ao and seconded by Commissioner Noborikara that the minutes of the October 17th, 2024 have been approved. Any discussion? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those in favor? Commissioner Rodriguez? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. So the motion carries. All right. So we have statements from the public on agenda items. That is stated in the published agenda. Members of the public can provide testimony now or when the agenda item is called. So the testifiers on Zoom, please keep your video cameras off and audio muted until you are called by the Zoom host to speak. Please note that this is an in-person meeting and if Zoom platform and YouTube live stream are provided as a courtesy. Before we start to receive public testimony, pursuant to Rule -1-5 of the Planning Commission's Rules and Practice and Procedures, I'd like to remind everyone to be courteous and respectful to all the staff members and the commissioners. Please direct all your testimony to me as the chair. Your testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per testifier for each agenda item. All right, staff, are we going to do Zoom first? Staff, are there any Zoom? Are we doing Zoom first today? Usually we do in person. So we're going to do the in-person testifiers first. Do we have any that want to speak now, or do you want to speak at the agenda?
Madam Chair, we have
Yes.
4 testifiers that would like to testify at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you.
The first 2 are George Smith and Patty Tews. George Smith will be speaking on behalf of myself and also on behalf of Kathleen Flynn.
And they're going to tell us which agenda items they're speaking on,
Yes,
right?
sorry, those two testifiers, or three testifiers are all speaking on agenda item 1.
Okay, and they're going to come forward now to the sit up here. Would they come forward, please, the testifiers, and take a seat? Turn your mics on and he will swear you in.
If
You
you
have to
please,
push that little button, the other button. Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, he's gonna swear you in over there.
if I may swear you in, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes. I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain. And George, please let us know when you're going to be testifying on behalf of Ms. Flynn.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue. My name is George Smith. I reside at 756150 Ali'i Drive, apartment number 3, adjacent to the subject property. I'm going to speak to the veracity of the application in total, because this application is for a 6-unit condominium in a residential zoning district. It qualifies for that use. However, statements made by the applicant in public forum, namely Facebook, written, state, we made it so made it 6 units so that we can cover payment for our construction loan and be able to have affordable for Kama'aina. Once the construction is completed, we wouldn't sell it. I'm hoping that with Kama'aina rates, available local families would be able to enjoy a staycation, high school graduation, honeymoons, class reunions, weddings, or celebrate kids' birthdays by the pool. Despite the application, what is being described in this statement is a mini hotel or a boutique hotel and an event center, neither of which is compatible with the neighborhood or with the zoning district in which the property resides. Commission must take this statement at face value as what the applicant intends to do. We have no other option but to listen to what they've said and act on that. And if you act on that, then this application needs to be rejected in total, and the applicant can then refile on a new SMA that states what they're actually going to use it for. There's a number of errors in the plans, which we can go through later, and others will be bringing up. There's another interesting aspect to this, that it's kind of confusing who the applicant really is. At the time that the property was purchased, and the statement in the publication says that they got the help from the landowner to purchase it because they were short on money. The applicant, Jekatrina Meissen, owned or was listed on the tax rolls as owning 27 lots
You have 30 seconds.
in Discovery Harbor with an address in Eva Beach. Currently, the tax records show that she owns 9 lots in Discovery Harbor with an address in California. So there's a lot of vague issues here that I think really need to be stopped now, and you guys make them start over again. Thank you very much. I appreciate your listening, and I will be remaining in the building to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you for letting me.
You're going to have to speak right into it though, so we can hear you.
What do you want?
You
me
have to speak right into the mic.
You can move it.
You
Oh, I
can move
can?
it, yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you now.
Okay, we want you to see that also. 16 bedrooms, 22
Pardon me.
bathrooms.
Will you please introduce yourself to the commission?
Just state your name for us, please.
Oh, I'm Patty too.
Hi. And you live,
Oh, Lee Drive.
thank you.
Okay. 16 bedrooms, 22 bathrooms, 41 sinks, 1 commercial swimming pool, 1 hot tub, 1 underground parking garage, 5 bike racks, and 1 rooftop party deck. The applicant has submitted multiple plan versions of this project to be built on a lot that is smaller than the tennis court next door. This is the definition of irresponsible building in a residential neighborhood. The original permit application did not ask for anything to be built underground. The original permit application did not ask for glass-walled rooftop deck for parties. The background report that originally recommended approving this permit is now drastically different from the plans that have recently been submitted to the public record, which makes the current background report no longer valid. I am confused on what they want us to approve today. The county originally approved a much different project. Now they want to dig 9 feet down into the lava rock to include an underground parking garage. They also want to turn the roof into a rooftop deck surrounded by glass. These are not simple modifications. This is a whole new project that requires a whole new permit. Not only does it require a permit, but also requires a new background report to analyze how they will impact the neighborhood and the neighbors. A rooftop deck will invite parties that will make a lot of noise in this quiet neighborhood. The glass rooftop deck will invade neighbors' privacy and allow people to look in the windows of the neighboring homes. I also heard that they are going to charge the community entrance and admission fees to have pool parties, weddings, and host birthday parties. This is a quiet residential neighborhood, and nowhere in the 122-page background report does it mention allowing a public parties at the pool or mention anything about a rooftop deck or digging into the lava 9 feet to build a parking garage. Something is very off about this permit application, and it needs to be rejected and started completely over. No one in Kona wants this project. Thank you for letting me talk today, and please listen to what we're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can
Okay,
speak.
George.
Yeah, you can sit down. We're going to call the next testifier.
Mr. Smith was going to speak on behalf of Kathleen Flynn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Smith. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm speaking now on behalf of Kathleen Flynn of the same address, apartment number 5.
Thank you.
There are a number of major faults within the design that has been presented most recently. One of the most egregious questions about this is the diagram shows an unloading zone and a reservation office, 90 square foot reservation office. What residential condominium project has a reservation office and an unloading zone immediately at the entrance? Now, I understand the purpose of the unloading zone, but for a place where 6 families live, usually that unloading and loading takes place in their parking space, not a specially designated unloading area. One of the problems that we have with the design is that the ADA required handicap parking spaces in the basement, 9 feet below surface. There's no elevator. There's no way to get somebody in a wheelchair out of the basement without rolling them up the driveway, and that is totally illegal under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Additionally, one of the ground floor units must be ADA compliant. And from my looking at the plans, I do not see the spacing required for the compliance. And I do have some experience in this. I was the ADA compliance officer for the Department of Transportation Air for the state of Hawaii for several years. We have some specific problems based on our co-joined property lines. The spa they indicate is immediately adjacent to the property line. Now, if it's below grade or at grade, that's okay. If it's raised, that's not okay. Additionally, there's an electrical power pole 1 foot away from the property line on our side, which puts it right next to the swimming or the spa. And there's a required 5-foot difference or 5 foot of space between an electrical power source and the swimming pool or the spa. The regulations require 20% landscaping. On this lot, the 20% landscaping comes out to, oh, heck.
Your 3
19
minutes are
nine-
finished.
okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
I'd
so much.
just like to state
so
for the
much.
record that Mr. Smith was testifying on behalf of Ms. Flynn because she requested reasonable accommodation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you,
Madam Chair, we'd like to call up Nancy Carr-Smith. She will be testifying on a number of items this morning, items 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
whoever put this poster up, can they remove it, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Carr-Smith, you'll have 3 minutes to testify on each agenda item. Please let us know when you're transitioning between items.
Okay. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank
Please
you
go-
all. Chair DeFranco, everyone, nice to see you this morning.
You
I
too.
figured since I'm here, I might as well weigh in on a couple of extra things. My name is Nancy Carr-Smith. I'm a resident of Waimea. And I'm testifying on my own behalf on several agenda items. Regarding agenda item 2, I support the planning director's initiated ordinance to amend chapter 25, the zoning code, as it relates to telecommunication antennas and towers. I support this position and that the amendments will bring the county code in line with state law. Corp Council's recommendation to amend the county code and its administrative rules to be consistent with HRS makes sense to me, all while creating new standards for telecommunication towers. Pretty sure we all want communications to work when we need them most in emergency situations and beyond. And having updated defined requirements is a smart thing for all of us.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda items 5, 6, and 7. I'm testifying in support of Hawaii Island Community Development Corporation's request for, number 1, the state land use boundary amendment from agricultural district to urban district for a 14.3 acre portion of a larger parcel, which is in line with the state land use chapter 205 and makes on the ground sense due to the fact that this area is not at all suited for agricultural activities, but it is suited for homes for our residents. Number 2, the change of zoning from agricultural 1 acre to single family residential 10,000 square feet will allow smart density in this area. And number 3, a permit for a planned unit development for a 43 acre parcel, single family residential subdivision on the same portion of property will provide some flexibility from the county subdivision code. The benefits of a PUD can make a difference in being able to deliver an affordable product to our residents. This project of HICDC's is desperately needed in Waimea. The self-help housing component, along with the affordable housing for sale, are two middle sections of the market that tend to be missing in Waimea. Our Kama'aina are watching their kids move to the mainland because they can't afford to live here, and having these housing products will provide a possible option for a segment of our community that needs help with affordability. The self-help concept is an excellent one, as it requires the purchaser sweat equity and buy-in in terms of labor to build their own homes. There's a lot of value in this on a variety of levels. We're fortunate to have this opportunity in our own backyard, and especially with the land having been donated, which cuts down on some of the cost. We all know that these days the cost to build is often out of reach, and we're fortunate to have Keith Kato and his team at HICDC, along with their experience and knowledge of the entire process, at the helm of this important project. The location of this project makes sense. It's next to a previously developed self-help neighborhood, which has been successful for the community. It's next to a main Malcolm Mackay thoroughfare, near a volunteer fire station, and about 5 miles from Waimea town, and about the same to the coast, where many people go to work and play. Plus, it has water commitments. And again, these lands are not suitable for agricultural endeavors. And I think that all of us as decision makers need to be mindful of this when we're making smart choices to improve the lives of our families here. We cannot insist on ag lands remaining ag when there's no viability for ag production. I think we have to be smarter than that. This project aligns with the concepts within the South Kohala CDP and the general plan, as well as the governor's goals to increase housing. So let's support housing for locals by approving Planning Director Kern's recommendation for approval and forwarding a positive vote to the County Council. Moving on to agenda item number 8. The Planning Director's ordinance to amend Chapter 25 zoning code relating to hospitals and other places that care for our kupuna, and allowing more flexibility in where these facilities can be built. I agree that making it easier to provide and improve access to healthcare services is what we all want. We're again faced with times when we need to work together to make life easier instead of harder, and having this flexibility should lessen some of the burden for improving healthcare on our island. Thank you.
I have one quick question, please.
Yep.
So on agenda items 5, 6, and 7, how the people in Waimea, there's been other meetings about this? There's been other meetings about this development?
We did have a meeting at our Waimea Community Association town meeting.
Mhm.
And Mr. Kato came and told the community what his plans were. And I think it put a lot of rumors to rest, and he provided information as to how people can apply. And I know a lot of people are excited about that. So
Thank you.
pretty positive.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chair DeFranco, that concludes our in-person testimony at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you. Are there any Zoom testimony that wants to go now?
Yes, Chair DeFranco, there are Zoom testifiers. We have 4 testifiers who'd like to testify at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
So up first, we have Deborah Green, and she'll be followed by April Lee. Deborah, can you please turn on your video? Thank you. Please
Thank
raise
you.
your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. State your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin.
My name is Deborah Green. I live in El Valle. Aloha, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I hold a PhD in communication, and I'm the founding director of Safe Tech Hawaii, a grassroots all-volunteer coalition educating and advocating for safe technology across the islands. We're asking for a favorable recommendation for item number 9, Bill 194, because it represents an ideal balance between the needs of the community for connectivity while providing important safeguards for tower and antenna deployments. You know, the irony is that people want cell phones, but they don't want towers or antennas because they're ugly and they emit wireless radiation. But there is a way to minimize exposure to them, and that's exactly what Bill 94 does beautifully. It accomplishes this by updating the definition of antennas and towers to stay current with these ever-evolving technologies. It creates application requirements and standards, including increased setbacks and an order of priority for siting wireless facilities, all of which is fully within the purview of planning and is similar to ordinances that have been implemented in dozens of local jurisdictions across the country. And Hawaii County has even more reason to regulate towers and antennas because of aesthetics. People don't want towers and antennas everywhere, and neither do visitors. Sadly, Director Kern has given Bill 194 an unfavorable recommendation. In my written testimony, I address each of the concerns that were raised, and with all due respect to the director, I show that many of the concerns just don't hold up. I can't summarize it all here in just 3 minutes, so please have a look at my written testimony. And in closing, I want to point out that the Hawaii Fast Track Bill, which is HB 2651, it was signed into law in June of 2018. One of the sponsors was then legislator Cindy Evans, who's a current council member and who wrote and introduced Bill 194 here. HB 2651 codifies federal law, and it says that counties can and should regulate. It lists 15 permitting requirements and says that county regulation is needed before any of those requirements can be used. And that's because the federal law grants local jurisdictions the authority to regulate towers and antennas.
You have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. In the Telecommunications Act, Congress preserved local government's authority to regulate the placement, construction, and modification of wireless facilities. So if any regulation is going to happen, and it needs to happen here at the local level. We believe Bill 194 is the best way to accomplish that. So we hope you will give it a favorable recommendation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have April Lee. April Lee, can you please turn on your video? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin.
My name is April Lee. I am from Hawaii, north side of the island. And I am speaking on behalf of myself and my ohana, and especially my 2 grandchildren. I have a double major in medical biology and psychology, and I am a general licensed ham radio operator, which means I had to go through a lot of training in the processes of frequencies, electronics, how dangerous they are. And I definitely favor Bill 194. I have spoke about various things that have concerned me. I also have been looking into DNA for many, many years since I won a science fair project in 1966. But there have been over 100 scientists from 100 countries, doctors, environmental organizations, and citizens that have urgently called for a halt to the deployment of 5G and this wireless network, including those from space satellites, and that will just really massively increase exposure to radio frequencies, RF, we call it, radiation, and that these 2G, 3G, 4G networks are, for telecommunications are already in place, but this is proven harmful. And there have been many books on these things, and people that are electrosensitive are very, very much concerned about it, including several people I know, and they've asked me to testify today because they're too nervous to do it themselves. But, you know, the body electric came out in 1973 and explained just how electronic our body is. But it's still not widely acknowledged that this will result in an unprecedented environmental change on a global scale when we put 5G in. The planned density of radio frequency transmitters is really almost impossible for you to visualize, I'm pretty sure. And that in addition to millions of new 5G base stations on Earth, there'll be 20,000 new satellites in space, 200 billion transmitting objects, according to estimates, that will be part of the Internet of Things by 2020, and 1 trillion objects in a few years from now. We know that many of the general plans that our
You have
county, especially
30
in
seconds
Hawaii.
remaining.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, these general plans talk about smart highways, smart cities, how this is going to be so convenient. But let me tell you, the widespread denial of what's going to happen with RF radiation that's so harmful to life. And if you want, I can send you data on the damage to DNA. The more powerful the RF, the more damage to DNA. We will not be able to escape it. It'll have irreversible
Your
effects
3
on
minutes are
humans.
up. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Chair, we have next Naomi Malamed. Naomi, can you please turn on your video? Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
And Naomi, please raise your right hand.
Do you see that?
Okay, there you are. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin.
My name is Naomi Melamed. I reside in Kapa'au. Aloha, Madam Chair, Commissioners, mahalo for your time today in considering item 9 and hearing my testimony on Bill 194. I'm an Hawaii Island leader for Safe Tech Hawaii, a voluntary local coalition. We're composed of thousands of members that care deeply for the protection of clean airspace in Hawaii. I'd like to request that the Planning Department favorably recommend Bill 194 to the Council. The Big Island is in great need for an ordinance that balances connectivity while protecting the aesthetics, safety, and property values for all that live here or visit. As some may know, there was a court ruling on the federal level in 2020 stating that the FCC's failure to update their acceptable levels for RF emissions was, quote, arbitrary and capricious, and they, quote, ignored evidence, 11,000 pages of it from multiple reputable sources in their most recent review. The FCC is under close watch and litigation at this time. And even so, by requesting EMF emissions levels from towers, Bill 194 is not violating federal law, as it is not imposing stricter regulations than the FCC. In contrast, it is crucial for a cellular ordinance to outline a process for measuring EMF levels, as this is not the FCC's job, and they do not conduct such a service. It's also important that each co-located antenna be considered with regards to emissions totals from a tower like 194 does. Safe Tech Hawaii has conducted monitoring process of EMF emissions for over 200 antenna sites on the island, and we have found some extremely high levels, which is a genuine concern that the measuring request in Bill 194 takes seriously. Technology is changing rapidly, and one thing I appreciate from Bill 194 is it includes the regulation of small cells, which are a new and untested part of 5G. Small cells pose greatly increased exposure due to their build-out and must be considered in any modern-day legislation. In contrast, they are not mentioned in the planning director's proposed bill. This is a very important point absent in the last November 1st commission meeting in Windward Planning PowerPoint, as I imagine it will be admitted today as a key difference between planning director's proposed ordinance and Bill 194. In addition, Bill 194 goes into greater detail about a fire plan and site approval requirements, which puts me as a resident at ease.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Mahalo, to see this spelled out in the ordinance itself. I appreciate that you all have listened to my testimony today, and I ask you again to please favorably recommend Bill 194 to the council. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Chair, that's all of the testifiers that we have who wish to testify at the beginning of the meeting. There are others who wish to testify when the agenda item is called.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for any of the testifiers? No. Okay. Okay, so we're unfinished business. We're going to move on to agenda item number 1. So we have applicant Jekaterina.
I'm going to recuse myself from this agenda item.
Yes.
I'm a landowner and I do know some of the testifiers. So I just want to make sure everything's clean. So I'll recuse myself from this agenda item. I'll be back for number 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kanuha. Applicant Jekaterina Myson, SMA 2021-000078, application for a special management area use permit to construct a 6-unit, 5-story condominium and related improvements on a 9.934 square foot parcel within the special management area. The subject property is located at 75-6150 Ali'i Drive, approximately 0.25 miles north of the Royal Poinciana Drive, Puapua'a, 2nd, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 37-5-020-066. We're going to have a staff presentation now from Alex Roy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm here to present Special Management Area Use Permit Application SMA 21-000078 for the Mysons. I'm going to ask for your patience as I go through. It's a long presentation because I want to cover a fair amount of information. And I'm going to start with a timeline of this project going back to its original hearing. You were provided the timeline, but I'm just going to kind of go through it for everybody involved. So on May 20th, 2021, the first hearing for this item was heard by the Leeward Planning Commission. It was postponed based on a request from the applicant. It came back in June, that following month, for a second public hearing. Motions were made to grant standing in contested case to petitioners George Smith, Jeffrey Silva, and Nancy Capri. Additionally, a motion was made for the commission to hire a hearings officer if it was to go to a contested case. In September, a third hearing that was required to clarify that George Smith was granted standing to represent the Ala Ka Association of Apartment Owners. On April 20th, 2022, draft plans were submitted for mediation. So as you guys can recall, mediation is the first step in contested case. So draft plans were submitted in order to go through that process. On May 27, 2022, the mediation session between all parties was conducted. And then by June 27th, a month later, a mediation term sheet was signed by all parties. And you were provided a copy of that by the applicant.
Mm-hmm.
July 5th, 2022, Nancy Capri withdrew her petition from the contested case process. On September 28th, 2022, George Smith withdrew his petition for the contested case. On June 28th, June 28th, 2023, the applicant's counsel changed and they have their current counsel. And then by September 13th, 2023, Jeffrey Silva withdrew as petitioner for the contested case in a letter from Jack Kelly. And I spoke to Mr. Silva and about this to see if he was coming today, and he felt that the intent of his getting involved was to ensure that the archaeology of the site was really held to a high standard. And I think that the applicant's going to speak to that today. But he neither supported nor denied that the project should go forward when I spoke to him. October 24, 2024, applicant notified that the item will be placed. They were notified that the item would be placed on the November 21st agenda. And then November 12th, we included an addendum to the recommendation to include agreed upon conditions for mediation. Now, there are only a couple of conditions that relate to the SMA. Because remember, we're here today for the SMA application, the SMA permit. So a lot of what came out of mediation, really, the SMA has no authority to move on, but there were a couple, and that was the addendum, so that you guys saw with a couple new conditions that that came from the mediation sheet. And so here we are today at the fourth public hearing, November 21st, 2024, for this project. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Do you have any questions about the timeline? Okay.
No? Any questions?
All right.
No.
So here's a location map of the project site. We can see it south of Kailua proper, just Makaya Vali'ikai. Here are the tax maps. On the left is kind of a blown out version showing the large parcels across the street. So Mauka Vali'i Drive, and then the numerous developments along the shoreline. And then on the right hand side, outlined in red, is the subject parcel. So the parcel was created under land commission applications and has remained that same size for quite some time. It's not part of a new subdivision. This is the LCA map that for two things I wanted to show that the outline and more detail of the subject property, which is outlined in red. You can see it borders Ali'i Drive and then what's called an old trail right of way. That trail right of way is the shoreline access, and that's something that's important to SMA, and that the project will not be impacting that, influencing that, or changing that in any way, shape, or form, which is something we would require. But that trail right away, that trail easement, is owned by the Ali'i Point Association. They're the fee owner of that easement. There's no real description of the width because, as you can see, it kind of changes. It's an old remnant parcel if you go back to when that lane was first cut up. But it's accessible, and I've been down there, and I'll show some pictures. But I just wanted to be clear that the project will remain on the subject parcel and will not impact the shoreline access. Here's a kind of a survey of the subject parcel again, showing the setbacks. As this is not a shoreline property, they just have to do typical side yard, front yard, and rear yard setbacks. You can see the setback from Ali'i Drive and also the setback, and these are building setbacks from the easement. The county zoning for the subject parcel is multifamily residential. And then you can see that surrounding, we have single family residential, double family residential, and then immediately Mauka is agricultural 5 acres. And all of those parcels are agricultural 5 acres directly across the street. State land use, urban. LUPEG has the subject property as MDU, or medium density urban. You can see that's typical for LUPEG is to have the shoreline as within the open zoning. So that's pretty common. And then MDU even for the ag parcels and other residential developments nearby. Here's an older aerial photograph of the subject property. You can see that it's nestled right behind some large single-family residences and the condominium that's located closer to the shoreline. And then here's kind of pulling back, giving you a bird's eye view of the nearby coastline, the subject property outlined in yellow. At this time, the applicant is requesting to construct a 6-unit condominium and related improvements. The condominium will be 3 stories, and that is not including the rooftop deck, with a finished height of approximately 35 feet. It'll consist of 6 2-bedroom, 3-bath units, a manager's office and a bathroom, a utility room and a laundry area, parking at the ground or underground level under the building with an ADA parking stall. There'll be a pool with a public shower and restroom for residents. Landscaping will throughout the property at ground level and also on the rooftop. And then, like I said, a rooftop lanai for residents, which will have a glass walls for safety around them. I also wanted to kind of bring up what has changed since 2021. So what changed from the original 2021 to now, and I'll kind of go through that. The pool has been reduced in size and limited to the southwest corner of the property. All parking is now provided in a garage beneath the building. Bike racks have been added. A paved drop-off area is provided on the property along Leeward Drive, and that relates to the condition that I added in the addendum. The top floor was kind of eliminated and then converted just to a rooftop deck. The building height was reduced from almost 45 feet to just below 35 feet. So it was reduced about 10 feet. And that includes the safety railings. So the typical roof, the roof would actually be slightly lower than that. The exterior of the building will not be steel or mirrored glass. I know that was a concern, really not part of the SMA, but I'm bringing up everything here so you guys are aware. It will be a combination of siding, stucco, and stone. Window AC units will not be used. And then there's some structural elements, but the proposed arrangement of parking spaces in the basement garage had to be modified to incorporate structural columns as required by engineering. So that's really not an SMA concern. And then the proposed paved drop-off area was modified to connect to the main project driveway leading to the parking garage. So these are the main changes that have occurred from the project. And I'm going to kind of show a little bit of some of the old pictures, plans, and I'll kind of compare them. But we're going to go step by step.
Yep.
So here's the site plan. And what I did was highlight just a couple of, so this is just a basic site plan of the property. And what you see in the purple is the building, the apartment building. The blue is the pool. And you can see there's a square next to that. That would be the spa. And then the red area is pavement, pull in and drop off, and then ramp to the basement garage. So this kind of give you just an overview of the property development. Here's the floor plan for the basement. So you can see off to the right is the entrance to the basement. You have your normal parking, and then the ADA stalls, and then stairs and to access above. First floor plan. So we see 2 units, A and B will be on the first floor. And again, these are all 2-bedroom, 3-bath units. Here's the second story, unit C and D. Again, 2-bedroom, 3 bathrooms. And then here we are on the third floor, unit E and F. Again, 2 bedrooms with 3 bathrooms. And here you can also see on the top right-hand corner, there's a utility room or laundry room, and then a trash area also as part of the common area. And then here we are on the rooftop or kind of fourth, and you see that it's just a undeveloped, it'll be open rooftop kind of lanai with stairs. Here's a cross-section of the proposed development. So I put in you'll see on the top one, that would be the view Mackay from Leeward Drive. Now the wall, they showed, you can see kind of below the wall, there's the underground area. So really all you would see is 1, 2, 3 stories, and then the glass lanai, glassed-in lanai at the top. So this would be the view as people would see as they were driving down Leeward Drive. And then here's some other cross sections from the other directions from the left. from the rear, so, and then from the right. Okay, there was some confusion because of a couple sets of plans. There were plans that were submitted in April 2022 that were utilized for the mediation. The October 10th plans, which we provided you guys both sets of plans, but the October 10th plans, the updated plans, what we consider to be the most final plans, are on the top there. And so I kind of wanted to show you one of the big differences was the amount of detail. In the April 2022 plans, those were draft plans, I believe, to be used as part of the mediation discussion. And then the October 10th, 2023 plans were much more detailed. And so here, and I added this one on top because it really represents what's going to happen. You can see ground level and then the parking garage into that underground, and then the 3 stories, and then the rooftop lanai. So this is really kind of encapsulates all of the development that's going to occur above and below ground. Here's some site photos. One of the issues was parking. Now, when I went out there, you can see there was nobody parked there, but I've been out there a couple times and people have parked, along that road to walk down that. But what the green and red dashed lines represent are where parking is actually allowed and where it is not allowed. Where it's not allowed is around the fire hydrant and within a certain distance of a driveway. So you can see that there's really room for probably one Hawaii truck. So that will be removed. And then you can see that parking continues across the other side on the south of the property. So the subject property is here, right over here. And you can see that's me standing on the driveway, which is the shoreline access here. So this is where the development will occur right here. So there's no parking, of course, up to a certain point, and they have signage, and then there's parking along the road there. And here you can see what that actually entails. And again there, so there's there's a few parking spots to access that shoreline. So this is Ali'i Drive, the subject property, the signage is on the right, and this is looking south. And you can see the entrance to the subject property, and shoreline access is right there. Here's a photo of the shoreline access with the subject property on the right-hand side. You can see the condo that's closer to the shoreline here. And then people walk and drive down this access here, and there's appropriate signage to indicate it's a public shoreline access. Here we have the signs I wanted to kind of show, because back there were some concerns about where and when you could park, but when talking with DPW, nobody's supposed to be parking on the paved shoulder. Parking needs to be off of the paved shoulder. And in fact, this county vehicle here, driven by me, is not quite legal because I'm parked on the paved shoulder. So it's just limited. This is kind of what I wanted to bring up. So at this time, the director is recommending approval with the stated conditions for SMA 21-000078. And the applicant will be doing their own presentation. But I could take questions if you have any right now, or we can wait.
Commissioner Naborikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your presentation. So there were a lot of letters that were complaining about the fact that the plans have changed significantly since 2021. But I'm kind of understanding from what your presentation was that all, if not most of them, all of them, the changes were a result of the mediated agreements with the 3 people who brought the contested case hearings. Is that correct?
Yeah, it appears that Now, you have to remember the county, while part of that mediation process, we have no authority. And I think the applicant's going to speak a little bit more about that,
Okay.
the outcome of the mediation. But when we asked for a description of what changed from the original to now, and then reviewing the mediation sheet, it does appear that the mediation set up a lot of these changes.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
but they'll speak more to that.
So one of the things when I was looking through the plans, the elevation plans, the print is small, so I couldn't really tell.
Yeah.
How deep is the footing to support that 3-story tall building?
I believe it goes down 9 something feet, almost 10 feet.
Okay,
The plans were so full size and so large, they were a challenge to get copies onto the screen here. But yeah, it's essentially 1 story. The first story starts at +1 above base elevation. Now, there's some elevation numbers that and I corrected some folks that called me because they were looking at elevation above sea level, and the numbers don't match to the elevation above the ground level at that point.
okay.
So I
Okay,
want to
yeah,
be
and
clear,
that's
but it's
part-
about a 10-foot. It's about a 10-foot.
Okay, so part of my question or my reason for asking that question was looking at those elevations and trying to figure out where the heck this.
Yeah, you have 2 numbers. You have elevation
Yeah.
or EL above sea level, and I think that they write that typically with elevation, and that's the elevation above sea level. And then you have the elevation of the actual structure above its base ground level at the site. So there's 2 different, and I tried to correct folks, and I was able to hopefully provide that clarity, because yeah, it was a little confusing to some folks.
Thank you for that. Where is there any site plan that shows where the water table is in relation to the bottom of that footing?
And no, we didn't receive anything that related to the location of groundwater in this system.
Okay.
Being a dense rock system, would be very challenging and require a number of cores to be drilled. As someone who actually has a geology degree, I can tell you that in order to figure that out, you would have to drill down cores in a transect through that and through the neighboring properties to determine. And if you're concerned with salt intrusion, or just if water is going to impact
If water is going to impact the parking area.
yeah, and that may be something that the engineer and they can discuss if they've looked into that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was in regards to there was a letter from the Protect Keopuka Ohana that talked about a 1930 study that showed a site number 47 that the letter indicated was on this subject property. But it sounds like as part of the mediated agreement, Mr. Silva was concerned about that. And was that?
Well, when I spoke going back first, SHPD has reviewed the site and signed off on, and they found no indication. Now they've run additional, and that's what the applicant's going to talk a lot about. In fact, there's a member here that's going to be able to speak directly to the archaeology of the site. We rely on SHPD, and so the State Historic Preservation Division, and in their case, they stated that no historic properties were impacted or affected, and I didn't come across any indication of sites. But I would wait for the professional to speak on the archaeology, and they have one here today that's going to be able to speak to that.
Commissioner Notberg, we're going to have a chance also to talk more to the planning department after the owners do their presentation too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
So do you want to wait till the rest of the presentation?
No,
Commissioner?
I just have a quick
Okay,
question from Mr. Roy.
please, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Roy, can you go to the first, the timeline slides? I just want to get that date when the applicant changed their mediation
It's one before that.
attorney.
When the applicant got a new, yeah.
When they
The
went for
applicant's
cross
counsel
meet-
changed on June 28th, 2023.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Roy. We're going to have the applicant's presentation now. Okay, the applicant's going to come forward and you're going to swear them in, Ms. Jackson.
Let's get this up.
Yes.
You need one more chair.
Sorry, I'm gonna get out your way. No, I'm gonna get out your way. Yep, 2 seconds.
Oh, excuse me, she's going to swear you in.
If I could get you to raise your right hand. And do you all swear to or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
With that, I'll start by introducing ourselves. I'm Cal Chipchase, my colleague Monica Trask, we're attorneys with Cade Shuddy. I've
Okay,
also
good.
brought up the applicant, Nikolai Meissen, and our planner, John Pippin.
Okay, I just have to say a couple things and then
Of
you can
course.
proceed, okay? Is it, what we want to make sure is you've read all the recommendations and that you're going to share with us the things that you want us to know about the application. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Chair. We have read the recommendations and the rest of the department's report, and we agree to the conditions that have been proposed.
Great, thank you.
If I may just begin by correcting just one item in Alex's excellent timeline that relates to the commissioner's question about the change of counsel. We've actually been the project counsel for more than 3 years. And so we participated in the mediation and the revisions with respect to the plan that were done as part of the mediation. And as you can see in the mediation statement, the opening line is that the interveners agree to the plans, those April 22 plans that have been submitted. And then they go on to talk about a number of specifics that are part of those plans, all of which Mr. Roy covered as part of the project today. The plans that were submitted a year ago were in response to technical requirements in order to meet structural and access issues. And so we're not substantive changes, but really technical, structural, and access related changes to the project. Otherwise, the plan is as presented and accepted in the mediation. What I wanted to do, and the reason I asked this group to come up, is to start by not duplicating Mr. Roy's presentation, but providing some context for it and our evaluation, in particular Mr. Pippin's evaluation as the planner on the project with respect to compliance with the SMA. I know, and the commissioner raised it as well, that cultural and historic properties concerns were raised during the mediation and have been raised elsewhere. And so immediately after this portion of our presentation, I'll invite 2 of the 7 archaeologists that have walked and evaluated the site up to discuss their findings and SHPD's determination of no historic properties affected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll proceed. And what I'll do first is just ask Nikolai Meissen, if you would just introduce yourself to the commission and just provide a very brief background on yourself, your family, and ultimately why you purchased this property.
Yes, hi, my name is Nikolai, and aloha
Aloha.
to everyone.
Welcome.
I was born and raised in Russia, and we actually not Russia, USSR. We moved out from USSR back in 1989, before it was even before the Berlin Wall came down. Yep. And we came to Italy to the refugee camp and waited for U.S. consul to see us. And once we were granted the interview, we were granted the refugee status, and that's how we were able to come to U.S. And lived in California, Sacramento, for some time. That's when I went to school, middle school, high school. And then in 2005, I came to Big Island for the first time. And I built a few homes for a friend of mine in HPP and also at the Seaview Estate by the Black Sand Beach on that side. Then when the economy collapsed in 2008, I went back to mainland for about a year, and then we moved to, because just couldn't get away from Hawaii. It's kind of got like, once you get a taste of it, it's like, it's amazing. So we moved back to Oahu, and that's where I started my business. And for out of five, four of my daughters, they were born in Kapi'olani Medical Center. And Hawaii is their birthplace, Hawaii is their home. And then between the islands, Big Island and Oahu, that's where I do most of my work. And we saw this lot that was in the market, and it kind of like down the road, I do have to take care of 5 weddings, 5 colleges, and on and on. The list just never stops there. So that was a good opportunity for us to live there until the kids grow, until they grow up. And that's why we put pretty much at that time all of our eggs in one basket and try to go above and beyond to make a deal with the land seller with owner financing to purchase it. And thanks God, it went through and we were able to acquire it.
Thank you.
John, I know you're a planner with Land Planning Hawaii. If you can maybe just give a very brief background on yourself, and then I just have some questions for you.
Certainly. Aloha, Chair DeFranco, Commissioners. John Pippin, Land Planning Hawaii. You've seen me a number of times. You may not know more about my background, but I graduated from Cornell University School of Engineering with honors in 2006. I've been working here on the Big Island since then in various capacities as a conservation planner, a watershed management planner, an environmental study preparer. And at Land Planning Hawaii, we do much of that same work today. We assist with land use permits, with project management, with environmental studies, et cetera, and so forth.
And John, you prepared the SMA application for this project?
That's correct, yes.
And about how far from the shoreline is this project?
Approximately 200 feet, Mauka of the shoreline.
And when Mr. Roy was going through the project, he discussed the project height and provided some photographs of the lot. Do you agree with his assessment of the height and the photographs that he provided?
Yes, all look correct. Much appreciated, staff, Alex, Roy.
And do you agree with the conclusion that the project will not affect public access in any way?
That's correct.
And John, if you could talk a little bit about the general plan. Is the project as proposed consistent with the general plan?
Yeah, as noted in staff presentation, this parcel is designated medium density urban on the general plan's land use pattern allocation guide map, which supports village commercial, neighborhood commercial, multifamily, single family residential uses up to something like 32 units per acre. But the zoning on this property, RM, multiple family residential, 1,500 square foot allows for up to 6 units, which is what is proposed. So this is consistent with the general plan.
And John, are there any other multi-unit structures near the project?
Yes, several, especially neighboring on the Mackay side.
John, can you talk a little bit about some of the anticipated project benefits?
I'm sorry, say
some of the anticipated project benefits.
Oh, yes. Of course, construction work, right? Management, landscaping, ongoing, just general economic benefits in the area from a project like this. There's not going to be much in the way of environmental impacts. All of those are mitigated by standard best management practices and permit conditions, as many of them are detailed in our SMA permit today. But yes, benefits, especially in the economic.
And John, as part of your work on the project, did you evaluate whether there would be any substantial environmental or ecological effect?
Yes, we did. It's detailed in our background environmental report.
And what was your determination?
Again, with the standard mitigations and best management practice, there would be no measurable significant environmental impact. This project would connect to the county sewer system, would control all potential stormwater runoff, et cetera, and so forth. It goes on and on.
Let me just cover a couple of items that came up in testimony. As proposed, will parking spill over into the street?
No, and the proposed loading zone was specifically added as mitigation to allow for, say, a UPS driver or FedEx driver to come and not interfere with street, traffic.
Will there be a gate on the property?
No gate is proposed.
Does the proposed project comply with all lot coverage limitations?
Per se, there are no lot coverage limitations in the zoning code. That's all covered by setback requirements, and this project does comply with all setback requirements.
And Nikolai, both Alex and John have talked some about changes that were made as part of the mediation. As summarized in Mr. Roy's presentation, can you confirm for us that those changes were made as part of the mediation process?
Pretty much all of those changes were made based on the mediation.
And Nikolai, why did you agree to them in mediation?
Well, it's the people, it's the neighbors, and I understand their concerns, and I understand that this is, somewhere where they live, and being a neighbor, I cannot just not listen to it.
And one of the concerns was that the building fit with the existing character of the neighborhood. I know project architect Linda Chang is on Zoom, and I just would like her to be able to confirm that in her assessment, the redesign complies with the character of the neighborhood, if that's all right.
So we have someone on Zoom?
Yes, this is Linda.
Hi, Linda. This is Cal Chipchase.
Hi.
I want to swear you in if that's all right.
Okay.
And we can't see you, but can you just verbally confirm, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Linda, you're the project architect, and I just have one question. As redesigned following the mediation or as part of the mediation, do you agree that the project fits into the Kona community design with respect to both style and height?
Yes. Yes, I have been doing the original plans and also the amendment. Yeah, yes, we did. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. Nikolai, I know we heard from Mr. Smith. Was Mr. Smith part of the mediation?
Yes.
And so these changes were presented to him in that mediation, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Commissioners, I have no further questions for this panel. I'm happy to open them up to commissioner questions if you'd like that to be your process, or I can move on to a discussion of historic properties and cultural resources.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify the record. Unfortunately, there was as Cal had mentioned, there was a mistake on the date regarding the change in council. What happened was there was an email sent to intake that, and that was much later in the process. It was actually in December of 2021 that you ended up changing council, obviously, because we attended mediation together.
We did indeed.
But just wanted to clarify that, and we will clarify it on the record.
Thank you,
on the
Deputy.
PowerPoint as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like you to finish and then we'll ask questions if that's.
Very good, Chair.
Okay.
So if I might excuse the gentleman and ask Dr. Watson-Sproat to come up. Yes. Both of you, Dr. Watson-Sproat, and Dr. Scheffler.
Hello, everybody. So Ms. Jackson is going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Yes, thank you.
I'll begin with Dr. Scheffler. Would you please introduce yourself to the commission?
Aloha kako. My name's Tim Scheffler. I live in Volcano, Hawaii. Been a licensed practicing archaeologist on the Big Island for about 15 years now as a principal investigator. Currently, I run my own sole proprietorship, small firm, doing consulting only on the Big Island. I've done, well, my education is a PhD in archaeology, anthropology from Pennsylvania State in 2008. Around that time, I also previously have worked for the State Historic Preservation Division as the assistant Big Island archaeologist. I've contracted with them since then to review projects. As you all know, they're extremely backlogged and need all the help that they can get. So I'm pretty familiar with the process on the Big Island. I also, in the intervening time, am was until COVID, essentially an affiliate faculty at the University of Hawaii Hilo in the anthropology department and the graduate program in heritage management. I could go on and on, but I won't take up too much of your time.
No,
with my whole vitae.
I think that's enough, Doctor. I appreciate it. And I know you're familiar with the property. Can you sort of describe for us how you became familiar with the property and your work on the property?
I was contracted by John Pippin to do archaeological inspection as requested by the SHPD when they received word, presumably, of this project. That's how I became involved.
And as part of your work on the property, did you have an opportunity to do a field inspection?
I did. So we contracted to get that inspection done. I visited, it was April and May, I believe, of 21. And visited a couple times, realizing sort of this spot is a sensitive spot. So I want to make sure I did a good job.
And the work you did, was that part of the HRS Chapter 6E process?
That's right.
Could you describe for us the process that you went through for inspecting the property?
6E requires 100% pedestrian survey, visual inspection. So that's essentially what we did. Like I said, I visited a couple times, once by myself and again with a technician. We systematically covered the entire property with transects spaced 2 meters apart. So essentially shoulder to shoulder with my technician. We walked, looked at the ground, inspected, moved around some litter. There's a central portion that was covered with some pretty thick Sirius. It's a sort of cactusy thing, pretty hard to see anything underneath it. So that was why we had to come back at a later time after some of that had been cleared to look and just make sure that we hadn't missed anything that we couldn't actually see.
Doctor, what were the results of your 2 inspections?
Essentially, the results were negative. We found under 6E, anything over 50 years old is historic. So we did find some remnants of some rock walls on all the perimeters, but they're all extremely disturbed, lacking integrity, not contiguous with much or within any context that makes them criteria, which I can explain if you'd like, but I'm probably sure the committee's familiar with those.
In case we have questions, maybe.
Okay.
But not right now. But can you confirm that you prepared a report of your inspection?
Yeah, I prepared a report which was submitted to the SHPD via John Pippin's planning consultancy business, whatever. And they approved that report later that year with a letter.
And did SHPD have an opportunity to review your report and make its determination?
They did, and SHPD made the determination that no historic properties would be impacted by this project, as I had also recommended.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Sproat, I'll turn to you and just ask you to introduce yourself as we uncomfortably share this microphone.
That's okay. I'm okay with uncomfortably sharing the mic with you. Aloha kako. My name is Trisha Kehaulani Watson Sproat. I am the owner of Honua Consulting.
And Dr. Watson Sproat, if you just briefly, as Dr. Scheffler did, summarize your educational background and experience.
Sure. I have bachelor's degrees in American Studies and Sociology, a master's in American Studies, a PhD in American Studies, which at the time housed the Historic Preservation Program at the University of Hawaii, and an environmental law background. So I have a JD and an environmental law certificate.
And just for put it in context, your work on the property, after Dr. Scheffler had completed his field inspection, we had another archaeological firm, Scientific Consultant Services, do another field inspection as part of the mediation. And then we asked you to do yet further field inspections to ensure no historic properties were affected. You talk a little bit about your work on the property and who is involved in it.
Absolutely. So as you noted, Dr. Scheffler already had 3 individuals survey the property. As he said, he had 2-meter transects. I just want to emphasize that as a methodology, that is an excellent methodology. That's about the size of this table, if not closer. You typically see up to 15-meter transects. So he did excellent work. SCS came in again and walked it, so they were the 4th archaeologist. We then had 3 more individuals. So I participated in the mediation in May 2022. At that time, it was agreed that we would do a site visit with some of the concerned stakeholders. So we met them on property in June 2022. It was myself, Fred LaChance, who would ultimately lead yet another site visit, and then 2 other individuals from my company. We met on site with Mr. Silva, Mr. Maderos, and then his son, Jimmy Maderos Jr. And then Mr. Kelly joined us via FaceTime from Utah. We met with them. We talked to them about what their concerns were. We actually went across the street to Mr. Silva's property and saw the geological context of his property, which is one of the issues. It was then agreed that we would hire Juliana Consulting, which is Mr. Kelly's firm and Mr. Maderos' firm, to do a 100% clearing of the property. So as Dr. Sheffield indicated, there was some vegetation which was of concern to some of the participants. So we agreed to completely clear all vegetation to have full visibility. That occurred, I believe, in July to August 2022 over a 10-day period. My firm then went back yet again to do yet a new inspection, basically anew of the entire property, and still our findings were consistent with Dr. Sheffield's original findings.
And so to sum up those findings, Doctor, were any significant historic or cultural properties identified?
No, they were not, except for, as Dr. Sheffield said, the historic walls along the perimeter of the property, which were not found to have integrity.
Even though no historic properties have been affected, has Mr. Meissen agreed to archaeological monitoring?
Yes, archaeological, or we would also recommend cultural instead, perhaps. It's not out of concern for the historic sites, but again, wanting to make sure we're working with the area practitioners. I think I met Mr. Maderos through this process. He's delightful. They did excellent work for us. We would recommend them for cultural monitoring as a concession from the mediation. And I think they would do an excellent job to address any remaining concerns. But again, our concerns are not based on scientific data that was discovered during the process.
Thank you, Doctor. And I can confirm with the commission that consistent with the mediation, we have agreed to that monitoring. Not as a requirement, as Dr. Watson-Sproat said, but as an accommodation, a concession to the concerned individuals. Commissioners, with that, my presentation is concluded.
Great. So I think we might have a few questions here. Commissioners, we have any questions? Commissioner Naburikawa.
Do you first? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Watson-Sproat, your field visit with the people that were concerned about the archaeological findings on the site, did that include any representatives from the Keopuka Ohana?
I don't believe it did. I'm not sure of Mr. Maderos's genealogy, so I'm not sure, but we agreed to whoever wanted to participate out in the mediation. So who attended was really driven by that process.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes, I have 2 questions. One's about parking. Is there a requirement to have handicap parking, and where is it going to be located if it is?
I'll ask John to come up and address that question if he could.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez, for the question. There are a couple of things going on with ADA. So with respect to the use, a multifamily apartment building isn't necessarily required by ADA to have a parking space. However, fair housing requirements would require it for an apartment complex of greater than 4 units, which this would be that case. We are providing ADA parking. It is in the basement, and there is shown on the plans a chairlift that would help people get out of the basement with access difficulties.
Okay, so you do have a chairlift.
There is a chairlift,
Oh,
yes.
Okay. And my other question is flooding. We had a big flood down there about 2 months ago, and how are you gonna protect the basement from getting flooded?
Yes, so drainage study is a part of the plan approval requirement process, and that comes right after the SMA permitting process. So we go from SMA permitting through plan approval and then building permits. So essentially, the flood zone of this property is flood zone X. It's outside of any known designated flood zone. However, big rains occur and it has to accommodate all of the runoff generated on site. That's a part of the conditions of the SMA. It'll be addressed in a drainage study. Typically, the engineers will accommodate the on-site runoff disposal in a dry well, essentially.
So you're not required to provide that before the plans are issued? You know, what you're gonna do to flooding? I didn't
So-
understand you.
Yeah, it's not at this phase. We haven't done that study yet. It comes at plan approval, which is after that. For instance, in meeting with the commission and meeting with the public, the plans may have to be altered and then the study would have to be redone. So once we settle the conceptual plans at this stage, then we go to plan approval with our like pre-final plans.
Okay,
That
thank you.
kicks off those things like drainage, like landscaping.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Director Darrow.
Thank you, Chair. These questions are probably more directed towards Mr. Pippin. Through, everything that we've gone through, regardless of the detail that's in the mediation, there are still questions that are coming up, especially about the site plan and things like that. To me, looking through it, it looks like everything has met what the mediation had agreed to. There might be some minor adjustments. It's important to keep in mind that at this stage, things are conceptual, right? We don't know what's going to happen through the permitting process. So there may be something that comes up. As John had mentioned, the difference between the October 2023 and the April 2022 plan was there was some minor adjustments that had to be done with structural elements and access to Alii Drive. Those things happen, but it doesn't change the overall concept plan of the project. There are a couple of things that have come up that I don't think we've addressed. One of them is this issue of the social media representations of weddings and different types of events. So we want to make sure we flesh that out and see if that's actually something we need to be concerned about or actually put a condition in the permit.
Yeah, let's hear directly from Mr. Meissen.
And just, John, before we call Nikolai back up, just to address the commissioner's concerns, I can represent that those studies will be conducted as part of the future approvals necessary for this project and that we will comply with all requirements stated in those approvals. I'd also ask you, John, to confirm for the commission that all of the changes that we've discussed lessen the overall impact of the project by reducing the height and the other changes that were made.
This is correct.
With that, Deputy, I'll ask Mr. Meissen to come back up.
Thank you.
Oh, you're fine. Nikolai, I deputed raised, and it came up during testimony, a Facebook post. I think it was about 3 years ago that you had made that post.
Yes, correct. A little bit more than that, yeah.
So before we went through the mediation.
Yeah, that was the very first one before the mediation.
And so can you confirm for the commission that there are no intent to or no plans to have public pool parties or those other things that were mentioned by testifiers?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. Just for the record, in the RM zoning, the multiple family zoning, there's very little flexibility for weddings or commercial type events. There are some but it's very limited. And so, but it doesn't mean that, you know, just like anybody else that owns a home, or that a person that owns their residence cannot do a pool party or have a birthday party, or sometimes maybe even a wedding. We get called when all of a sudden we're having constant wedding events, and it's posted on Facebook, right? That's when we get called. But the other thing that seems to have come up on a regular in testimony is this issue with access on the south side of the property. And it's my understanding, just looking at it, that there's been a survey done, and it shows approximately a 1 to 2 foot portion is on the applicant's property. And I mean, that's just how it is. So that'll be addressed. Maybe you can speak to that, John. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a private matter essentially between the applicant and their neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to address it because I think there was some misunderstanding that the applicant's property was encroaching on the public access, and I wanted to make clear that that wasn't the case. Other than that, there was one more thing, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think one of the big issues that came up with the archaeology was the possibility of a lava tube, and concerns about, you know, there being possible Evie Capuna or you know, artifacts.
I'll turn it over to Dr. Watson-Sproat.
Yes, thank you for the question. So going back to, the first of our site visits with Mr. Medeiros and Mr. Silva. So again, we did have the opportunity to go to Mr. Silva's property. And I'll be very honest, I feel quite bad for him. The discovery of extensive human remains is really unfortunate. And had he had the opportunity, or had there been done the level of due diligence that we did for Mr. Myson's property, they absolutely would have been discovered earlier. The voids on his property were large enough that an individual could fit their body into it and go in and place the remains. So that was sort of what his situation was, which is why it was pretty important to the stakeholders that we clear the entire property of all vegetation. So again, Dr. Sheffield and then our team as well looked very, very carefully for similar geological context that would have allowed for a similar situation. We specifically looked for that. And it's ultimately a fairly small property, 10,000 square feet. So we're quite confident in our, you know, that we searched the property for that and saw nothing similar. So I'm very, very sympathetic to Mr. Silva's situation, but it just doesn't have similar context to what we found on the Myson property.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Are there any more? Oh, Commissioner Ao?
No, I don't have a question, but if nobody does, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Oh, excuse me, one more question from Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Dr. Watson-Sproat. Did you have an opportunity, or were there any specific requests from lineal descendants to engage in your study?
Only from the Medeiros. And again, kind of to the earlier question from Commissioner, we were specific in please bring whoever you want and whoever may want to engage. So nothing beyond what we had opened the door to those stakeholders in that situation. And it's why we met with Mr. Medeiros first before even conducting any additional site work. We did want to hear from them. And beyond that, no, but we did certainly welcome any such representation. And Mr. Medeiros did represent himself as a descendant of the area, which is why we engaged them in the clearing work, and then again are recommending them to participate in the monitoring.
Thank you. And may I ask a question to Mr. Myson? I just wanted to confirm, sir, that you would be open to if there were any additional requests, legitimate requests from lineal descendants that wanted to engage with you to learn more about what is existing archaeological cultural features that are existing that you would be open to that request?
Of course, yes.
Thank you, sir.
And Commissioner, we have to do public testimony first before we're going to entertain a motion. So if there's no further questions for the applicant, we're going to thank you and we're going to open it now to public testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Chair DeFranco, we have 3 in-person testifiers at this time.
Thank you.
First, we'll take Lance Kaeo Keeling, and then after that, David Osei.
Wait, hold on just a second. Wait, let's let David sit down. Okay.
If you could turn on your microphones and then raise your right hand, I'll swear you in.
Push the, yeah, okay, and she's.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and the town you reside in, and Lance, you can go ahead and start.
Okay, my name is Lance Keeling. I reside at 766200 Lehua Road, Kaluakona.
Please proceed.
As of 5 o'clock last night, 356 signatures have been collected opposing this permit. 90 letters have been written against building building on this really small lot. 0, not a single letter was written to support this permit application. This permit application has been overwhelmingly contested and opposed since the plans to be built an industrial looking building on this small lot. The size of this tennis court next door is the size of it. The applicant's vision is so far out of touch with character in the historic neighborhood. Their design and business plans they have issued on social media gravely incompatible with the quiet lifestyle of that neighborhood. The public record surrounding this application is so clouded and has caused so much confusion and contention in our community that it must be rejected. The public does not have a clear understanding of what the applicant actually intends to build. With each new site plan and design gets more outrageous. Rejecting this permit application will give the applicants an opportunity to draft new design truly conforming to the authentic Hawaiian character that this neighborhood is known for. As representatives of our local community, you are our only voice to have this responsibility to stop this unanimously rejected permit application on our behalf and send it back to the drawing board. Kona has spoken. We don't want it.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance. Next testifier. David.
Yeah, Aloha Commission and Planning Director, appreciate you giving us this time. There's some things I do agree with the Meissen Group. The project's beautiful, but it's not conducive to our neighborhood. If you remember some of the earlier pictures that I think it was Mr. Roy had shown, if you take a look at the neighborhood, there is nothing that's more than 3 or 4 stories in our neighborhood. Take a look at the overhead. Yes, I do agree that there are multi-unit properties here, but nothing that's going to be sitting so high that does not fit in our neighborhood. Mr. Keeling had mentioned, we've got petitioners over, almost 400 signed petitioners that disagree to this project. We've got almost 100 letters that's been written in. Let's go back. I'm David Owase.
Do you live right there? David, do you live there?
Yes, my address is 7561550, number 7. It's the adjacent property.
Thank you.
And yes, there's public access. So I get to visit and see the folks that live in the neighborhood that's been surfing there for ages, all generations. I haven't talked to anyone that agrees that something like this should be put there. It's beautiful, but it does not belong in this neighborhood. I hope you folks, and I don't know if the commissioners or the director, if you're familiar with that area of Ali'i Drive, but the testimony that said that this is conducive to the area where we live in, I have to disagree. I mean, adamantly disagree that this does not fit in with our environment or anything that looks like this. Yes, there's a brand new complex across the street that they put in, multi units, several, but none of them are more than 2 stories high.
here, yeah, there's going to be traffic on Ali'i Drive. And yeah, they've done all of their background work and all of their research. They've spoke to all the professionals and experts in the area and say, yes, it's okay to build there, but what they're building, sorry, it doesn't fit. It doesn't flow with our neighborhood. And I'm afraid if this goes up, what's going to happen in all the other open lots or anyone that's open to sell their property to put more buildings that look like
You
this.
have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. And well, I hopefully you've got our point and you listen to the folks in the Kona area and everyone that has spoken in opposition to this. I appreciate them trying to, build up our Kona area, but this is not the area to build this in.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, planning director.
Mahalo.
Chair, your next in-person testifier is Lisa Hall. Lisa, please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Push the button. Yeah. Okay.
I absolutely do.
Thank
Aloha.
you. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and the town you reside in, and you can begin.
Mahalo. My name is Lisa Hall. For the record, I share the exact same address as Myson, 75-6150 Ali'i Drive. So this affects me directly. I own 2 homes in Alakala, 6 bedrooms. 4 of those bedrooms right here face their pool. Secondly, I would like you all, first of all, thank you for your volunteering. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all of you. And I know this is such a complex issue, but it really is so important to us. And this has gotten so far out of hand that it needs to be stopped and rejected and sent back to the drawing board. We are on our fourth hearing, according to their attorney, and not one letter has been written to support the building of this concrete jungle that he wants to build. It does not fit in the character of our neighborhoods. Look at these houses. These houses are homes. They are 2 stories high. They are not built of concrete. It does not fit the aesthetics of our neighborhood. We understand that he has a right to build. We want him to build. We want that lot developed. We want it done properly, and we want it done to make it cohesive with our neighborhood. It's not right now. And we've had his entire legal team here. We don't bring legal teams to plan. We don't bring them to commissions. We're neighbors. You're my neighbor, you're my neighbor, you're my neighbor, you're my neighbor, and I need to be his neighbor. This is not okay. He has said that he calls Hawaii home. If he calls Hawaii home, he would not build this here. This does not belong here. Again, 100 letters that have been received against this, not one in support, not one. The original background report is what we, the community, rely on to make decisions. That background report did not include the new plans because of mediation. No, they were able to slide this through. The original plans were street level. They are now asking to dig down and excavate almost 10 feet into our lava, less than 200 feet from the ocean. Right along my property line, what is going to happen to our homes without the background, the geological report, the background report that you created to preliminarily approve this? Secondly, they are wanting to put underground parking. That was never part of the background report that was originally developed. And now they want to put a rooftop deck. This rooftop deck, please hear me, peers into my four of my bedrooms, right into my bedroom where I get changed. I live here. He wants a rooftop deck to have his people have weddings and parties. I know he said he didn't want to, and I would like to keep him on his word, and I would like a legal written statement of agreement that he will not have it turn into an event center, a hotel. It's not helping our housing crisis as he originally applied for. This is a This is a money-making. Thank you. This is money-making venture. It needs to be stopped. Please, you are our only voice. Everyone in the community has said no, unilaterally and unanimously. Please reject this in its entirety. And mahalo, I appreciate every one of you.
Do we have
Chair,
it
that concludes our in-person testimony, but we may have someone on Zoom.
on Zoom? Do we have anybody?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Okay.
So for this item, we have two testifiers who want to testify when the agenda item is called. First is Walter Kelly. Walter Kelly, can you please turn on your video?
Yes,
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
yes.
Thanks. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin.
Walter Kelly, Teasdale, Utah. It was great waiting here and listening to all the applicants and Ms. K.L. Watson, who I know. And let me start out, and I've submitted a written testimony that you've probably all read. Let me start out here just to say that when Mr. Sheffield group cleared the property, the Meissen property, our people were clearing Jeff Silva's property across the street. And I just wanted to clear up, K-Hal, that the burials that are on Mr. Silva's property were known long ago. They didn't just come up. We knew they were there, but the property was overgrown, much like the Meissen property. And our group went in to hand clear the property so as not to disturb anything and to be able to determine where the archaeological sites were, where the burial sites were, and come up with the preservation burial treatment plans for Mr. Silva. And we determined to build buffer walls around all the burial sites. And Mr. Silva preserved all those sites on his property. When we looked across the street, we noticed that the, is it Sheffield? Or if I got that wrong. They weren't really able to clear the Meissen property because of the cactus that was growing there. And there was a lot of that same cactus on the Silver property, and it was very difficult to get rid of it. So they really weren't able to see, even though they talked about the transects that they used at that time, they really weren't able to see under the mass of that cactus, which covered the hump in the middle of the property that we felt was possibly a lava tube that ran north-south right through the middle of the property. In their report, they talked about that there possibly wasn't any use of that area, but in the Han archaeological survey that was done in the area in 2013, they talk about that there was five house sites back in the day, long ago, that existed.
You have
right
30
there-
seconds left.
right there on the Meissen property. And so we were worried about there being burials. If there was a lava tube, that there'd be burials or artifacts beneath the ground. And that's why we wanted to have an archaeological survey done. And that's why we participated in mediation. And that was really the only issue that we had. And so hearing K-How recommend that we do cultural monitoring if and when this project gets off the ground, I would like to take,
Your 3 minutes are up.
okay, I'd like to take her up on that and would consider that the commission, if approving this project, require the cultural monitoring, archaeological monitoring to go along with the development of the property during the ground disturbance.
For your time.
Yeah, you get it.
Chair, there is another testifier for this item. Kathleen Flynn. I'm sorry, actually, she's not currently on Zoom. So those are all the testifiers we have on Zoom right now.
Thank you. Yeah, are there any questions from anybody for the testifiers? Oh, Commissioner Rodriguez? No. You have a question?
I have a question is, what's the height requirement? How high could
Is
you
that a
go?
question for a testifier or for
No.
the planning department?
For the planning,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The height limit in the multiple family zoned area is 45 feet.
thank you.
Okay, do the applicant or anybody want to respond to anything that has been said?
Cal Chip Jason, John Pippin back up before you. So to Mr. Kelly's comment about cultural monitoring, what we would certainly be agreeable to, as I'd indicated, is to archaeological monitoring is needed, on-call archaeological monitoring, and we would absolutely agree to cultural monitoring for all ground disturbing activities. And again, would be happy to work with the folks who participated in the site visit. In the inspection of the property. I'll turn it over to John to answer just a couple of questions about height. And if you don't mind, John, what I'd like you to just start with, and then of course, any questions the commission may have is, well, I guess I would offer one more comment that one of the individuals who testified with respect to the property was represented by Mr. Smith in the mediation, and so did have full access to the plans that were agreed to as part of the mediation. So I don't know why there would be any confusion over that, but the mediation, as the deputy articulated, is part of, as Mr. Roy articulated as well, is part of the SMA process, the application, the intervention, mediation, and only if things don't settle do we go to a contested case hearing. We were on the verge of one. Fortunately, we settled it. And as part of that settlement, we introduced new plans that in all respects reduce the impact. And so specifically, John, the height, just to emphasize that, as originally proposed at almost 45 feet, did that comply with the zoning code?
It would, yes, at
And-
under 45.
And as modified, it's something less than 35 feet, is that right?
Correct, yes,
Does that
including
also-
the rail.
Does that also comply with the zoning code?
Yes,
And was the rooftop deck among the items that was specifically discussed in mediation and part of the term sheet?
it was, yes.
And John, based on your work in the area, including on this project, is the height consistent with the height of other buildings in the immediate area?
Yes, it is. As noted by one of the testifiers, they are opposing a 5-story building, and that's not what we're proposing any longer. As a result of mediation, we've eliminated a story and sunk the parking below the building. So it's now a 3-story building essentially. So in that respect, it is conforming with the other buildings in the area.
And John, you anticipated my next question about that. With respect to the movement of the parking underground, was that specifically an item that was required as part of the mediated agreement?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners and chair. Those were the questions that I wanted to address, but we're certainly happy to take any others from the commission.
Are there any other questions here? If not, we will entertain a motion then. Commissioner Au? No, excuse me, no.
Okay, for discussion purposes.
Yes.
For this commission, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that the application for special management area use permit docket number SMA 2021-00078 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner Noborikawa. So now for discussion.
Madam Chair, can I start it off?
Yes, please.
Discussion, okay. Wow, we got a lot of information. We had a lot of reading to do. A lot of us commissioners on this commission weren't part of the original application. So there was a lot of reading to go through, and I went through back and cross-checked, and that's why I had a few questions for the applicant and their representatives of when the representation was changed. And, you know, after listening to the testifiers, the applicant then back to the testifiers and back to the applicant. You know, a lot of my questions were answered. You know, but for this body, I just want to make note that, you know, all parties went through mediation. You know, and the best example I can give is, you know, I want to say I don't fight with my wife very often, but when I do, we go through mediation and we talk about it and we come to a consensus on what the best solution is. And I believe the process that the applicant and the public and everybody involved went through, I think this was the best outcome. You know, the applicant made a lot of concessions. You know, the applicant, the landowner, they own the land, they have rights, but so does the surrounding landowners and the community at large. And everybody put in their manao, and I think this was the best thing that came out of it. Furthermore, if my motion passes, there's more things that have to be done. Commissioner Rodriguez, you brought up flood issues. I don't even know if that's going to pass, and under that it's way below sea level. So even though if this body passes the special management permit,
Right.
Even if it does get passed today, the applicant still has an uphill battle, and that's only talking about the flood zone. There's other issues too. So I stand by my motion, and I look forward to hearing from other commissioners.
Thank you. Deputy Darrow?
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask the maker of the motion and the one who seconded, if they could consider adding as part of the motion the addendum, additional conditions number 4 and 16. And it sounds like with condition 16, we may want to add on-site cultural monitor as well as an archaeological monitor. Thank you.
Okay.
Could you clarify what the condition number 4 is?
Condition number 4 is the condition that was referenced within the mediation agreement term sheet relative to the paved drop-off parking area. So it's in relation to, I can read it real quick into the record. The applicant shall restrict the use of the paved drop-off area at the front of the property only as an active loading zone and for service vehicles visiting the property. Additionally, any vehicles that are violating this restriction may be removed.
Yep, I'm willing to add those two amendments to my motion.
So
Thank you.
do we need then to restate the motion?
Is there a need to restate it, or can we just put it on the record as Mr. Darrow stated?
As stated by Mr. Darrow.
As
condition
stated by
4,
Mr. Darrow,
with the additional cultural monitoring.
with the additional cultural monitoring, and that would be condition number 16.
Correct. And the remaining, the conditions will be renumbered appropriately.
Okay. And we need a second.
Second.
Okay. So now we're back on the table to continue discussing.
Sure.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for the amendment. I am in full agreement with the amendment that's been put forward. So my question is for Director Darrow. I wanted to know if what it would be, where would this application go if this body were to oppose the proposal?
If the planning commission denies the permit, the applicant has the opportunity to appeal it before Third Circuit Court.
Thank you.
So, no, this is the SMA. This is the first approval that anybody has to have that is near the ocean. And we did do that training recently on SMAs and what that means to a project and how to look at it and how they qualify for it. So for me, in looking at it and having been here the whole time for all of these presentations, I know that they have done their best in mitigating, mediation. I understand though the sensitivity, still, and I hope that you hear it, of the neighbor, which I do hear. We hear those things, and any change in any neighborhood is going to have, people feeling one way or the other. But, we have to look at this also as this is just the first step. I mean, you've pointed out, the depth of even the parking and the engineering and the floodplains, and there's a lot left to do. So this is just the beginning. And I personally feel that they've met their requirements. So I would hope that they would continue to be sensitive neighbors. And I'm glad that Deputy Dara pointed out that there isn't any things that permits weddings and parties and it being a hotel. That's a whole nother level of process that would have to be done. That is not a given in just building a home. Homeowners can't do that either. And I'm sure, anyway, just so everybody knows that. So is there more comments that the commissioners want to make or you want to talk about a little bit? Commissioner Rodriguez.
Just a comment about the rooftop, I don't know how important that is, it seems to be important to the other neighbors for privacy. So I don't know if they might be able to work something like that, just.
I don't know. If you lived at the ocean, wouldn't you want to see it? So they gave up a whole story of their building. They took it off, and instead of putting the other story up, they made it a lanai so that people could go up there and look at the ocean. This is what I see. I don't really know, but this is what I'm thinking that they might be thinking. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, Vice
Chair,
Chair.
one brief comment. We didn't hear any comments today, in-person comments today, but looking at the record and some of the previous written testimonies, just for our general awareness, typically, and I frequent the area, so I am familiar with the site being up for discussion, that consistently residents of Ali'i Drive will bring up issues of traffic congestion and then access in terms of emergency services. So, and then vulnerability to tsunami and so forth.
Right, except this is an SMA.
Yeah.
And those are not part of.
It's just a general comment that's been brought up in previous written testimonies that I just wanted to make sure that we revisit on occasion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a few more comments
Yes.
for my fellow commissioners. Through this mediation process, a lot of things were discussed and a lot of things were mediated. Like Commissioner Paishan said that, there's always going to be traffic issues. There's always going to be various issues down Ali'i Drive, and we're all familiar with that. But I feel that the applicant is mediated the best in their ability and what they can do on their footprint. Their lot is 10,000 square feet. It's a small lot. And they changed their design and they managed to squeeze everything in there and try not to impact the community. But all construction, all development impacts the neighbors. But I think they're trying to minimize it with addressing the neighbors. And I think seems like they're going to continue to do so. And I'm hoping the applicant will continue to listen and continue to change to make their neighbors happier. So, I mean, that's my point about mediation is, they both parties are mediating to come to the middle. And it seems to me, just from what I'm hearing, a lot of the community and the neighbors, they just completely don't want it. And then so the applicant has a choice to just either not do it or try and do it with a lot of concessions and mediate. So I mean, I feel this mediation it went well. And I think a lot of issues are addressed. Not all issues are addressed, but it will continue to be addressed as it moves forward. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote then.
Okay, this is to approve with the amendment or the addendum that you received, which adds condition number 4, number 16. Also adding to condition number 16 that an on-site cultural monitor will be included for all ground disturbing activities. Commissioner Au,
Yes.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Paishandwar,
Aye.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
Motion carries with 5 votes.
You'll be notified in writing from the planning department. Thank you all for your time. We are going to take a brief 10-minute, 10 minutes, 15-minute break, 15-minute break. Thank you. Sorry. It's okay. Okay, we're going to reconvene here very shortly. Has it been 15 minutes?
Oh, good, just put the slide down.
So where are we at now?
When do you want to start? At like 2:20?
Yeah.
We are
This one.
here.
So this is the one that we're going to defer to the end.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you didn't know.
No, I knew.
They planned it.
Yeah, I heard that. They let me know at the
Oh,
beginning,
that's good. They let me know too. So,
but I forgot.
but you forgot. I think we should recommend. We have 1 minute until we get back online. Are we getting Zoom back up now? Miss Jackson, are we getting Zoom back up now?
Zoom is on.
Are we ready to proceed? Okay. So we're going to call the meeting back to order, and it is at 2:20. We're going to introduce agenda item number 2, initiator, the planning director, PL-PDI-2024-000008. The planning director has initiated an ordinance to amend Chapter 25 zoning, Article 2, Article 4, Article 5, and Article 7 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, relating to telecommunication antennas and towers. The purpose is to remove the requirement for a use permit to establish telecommunication antennas and towers in certain zoning districts, add application requirements, and amend standards for the establishment of telecommunication antennas and towers. Commissioner Noburikawa.
I move that this item be postponed to follow item number 9 so that the 2 items may be considered together.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion about that?
Yeah, found it a little disconcerting to have to be forced to look at them separately. I think it would be better the commission's time and the public's time would be better spent comparing the two of them together at this, or at the same time, basically, so we can see what the differences are, where one might be better than the other, or the other may be better than, and just line by line go
Yeah,
through them.
and just to be clear for everyone, item 9 is another proposed
That's correct. The one proposed by the planning department.
by Cindy.
Oh, is that the city? Okay, I've got
By
'em.
county
I've got it.
council,
You're right. I've got
right?
them mixed up. This is,
Okay.
this first one is the one proposed by the planning department.
Yes.
Number 9 is the one proposed by county council.
Yes, Cindy Evans, thank you. Any other discussion about this? Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so we can vote on that? Just say all in, we need a roll call vote, or we? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, none opposed. The aye carries. So we will hear that when we call number 9. So that's going to move us on to agenda item number 3, new business. This is applicant Crown Castle, PL-USE-2024-000029. Application for a permit to upgrade an existing telecommunication facility, including replacement of an existing 73-foot, 6-inch tall wood pole with a new 73-foot, 6-inch tall steel monopole and equipment compound in the agricultural 20-acre Ag 20A zoning district. The subject property is located at 73-4310 Huey Street, on the west side of Huey Street, approximately 0.59 miles north of its intersection with Coloco Drive, Coloco, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 37-3-048003. We do have a staff presentation by Tracy Lee Camaro. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Leeward Planning Commission. Before you today, we have the Crown Castle Use Permit Application PL-Use 2024-000029. This is the location map that you can see. The subject property is located at the top of the Coloco Mauka subdivision as shown on your screen with the red flag. So the applicant's request is first a use permit to construct a new 73-foot, 6-inch steel monopole on a 872 square foot portion of a larger 23.651 acre parcel. The facility will include 4 panel antennas, 4 remote radio heads, and 2 hybrid cables that are going to be attached to the pole, with 1 new site support cabinet, 1 battery cabinet, and 1 alternative access vendor cabinet at the ground level, as well as the removal of the existing wood pole that is currently located on the site. 1 baseband unit cabinet, 2 radio units, 2 remote radio units, and 2 triplexers. 3 proposed equipment cabinets are going to be installed on the 3 existing concrete pads that are already there, as well as 4 additional antennas will be added at the top height of the tower, which would be 75 feet. Ground disturbance will be limited to the installation of the new steel monopole within the existing 30-foot by 29-foot fence compound lease area that already exists within this subject property. So again, this new tower will replace the existing 73-foot, 6-inch tall wood telecommunication pole that currently exists on the subject property. That pole was constructed in 1997, but it's now structurally deficit to accommodate the equipment upgrades. While the existing tower consists of 1 anchor tenant, T-Mobile, the proposed replacement tower will allow for the potential of future co-location by other carriers. The objective of this project is to provide a stronger wireless infrastructure to serve the surrounding community. This is the current zoning map of the subject property. You can see the subject property is outlined in red. The dark green is agriculture with a minimum lot size of 20 acres, and the light blue at the bottom is agriculture with a minimum lot size of 10 acres. There's also a little portion of the forest reserve that's up in this tiny triangle over here underneath map. That is the forest reserve that is mentioned in your background report. This is the state land use designation map for the subject property. The light green that you can see on the top part of your screen is conservation, whereas the subject property, as shown in the red on your screen, is located within the agricultural area. And I apologize, the red box within the subject property is the smaller site portion that is being affected with this request. This is the general plan designation for the subject property. You can see that the general plan designates it as conservation, as shown on the top of your screen in the green, as well as extensive agriculture, as shown in the white. Again, the subject property is outlined in red, and the smaller project site area is outlined in a red box. This is the applicant's proposed site plan. Again, there is I apologize, you can't really see. This is the subject property area where my mouse is moving, that the telecommunication tower currently exists, and they are proposing to knock that down and replace it with a new steel monopole. The subject property does consist of a single family dwelling that the landowner does live on the site. This is the elevation plan for the proposed tower. It shows you the height of the tower, and I apologize, it's not very clear and you can't really see it, but it is a total of 75 feet with the antennas. And this is an aerial photo of the subject property. It's heavily forested. As most of you know, Calocamauca is a part of a forest reserve area that most of the properties have a lot of heavy forests. So the subject property does have mostly forest. There is the single family dwelling located in this portion. However, the use permit is only going to be affecting this small portion as shown in the red box. And that's where the current telecommunication tower exists. This is a site photo. This shows the existing and the proposed site as you're facing north on Huehua Street up in the Calocamauca subdivision. So the planning director is recommending approval with conditions. I can turn the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have the applicant's presentation too. They're going to swear you in. The applicant.
Yes, thank you. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, will you state your name and the town you reside in, please?
Shane Visitation, and I actually live on Oahu.
Say it again.
He actually resides on Oahu, is what
Okay.
he said.
So we would like, is there anything you have to say about your application and that you've read the recommendations in the background report? from my
Anything to add?
department, and that you agree with the recommendation?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you want to add to the presentation at all, or?
Just that this, the upgrade to the pole is important because, I mean, wood versus steel. Not only would it support, better support the existing equipment, but if any other carriers wanted to come into the area to provide better coverage for their services, it will reduce any need for new towers in the area.
Thank you. And commissioners, do you have any questions for the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Noborikawa.
So the subject property is 30-foot by 29-foot fenced in area. Has that entire area, was it originally disturbed during the installation 25 years ago? Is all the ground been disturbed there?
Yes, it's my understanding that the site was disturbed in 1997 when the plan approval was issued for that specific site.
Okay, and so the foundation for the existing wood pole, is that going to be suitable for the steel monopole, or will there need to be additional construction for that steel monopole?
So basically the new pole will be put in, but it's going to be within the same compound. So it's about I don't have the exact amount of feet distance, but it's still staying within the same fenced area. So what they normally do is they put in the new pole, put in the equipment so that there's a very limited small amount of disturbance as far as the coverage is concerned. They'll turn it on and then remove.
And how deep is the foundation going to be?
I don't, let's see. I didn't bring the structural drawings.
Okay.
If I can always get that to you if you need it.
Well,
Okay, so, but it's in terms of square foot that's being disturbed, it's like how many square feet
Oh,
within that then?
is that about 30? Yeah, I think what,
Madam Chair.
I'll tell you what my concern is. My concern is many of these poles have very deep foundations, which then require a large hole. So a lot more ground disturbance. So I'm just wondering whether all that area was previously disturbed or whether we're going to have new ground disturbance.
well, it'd be new within the same compound because they need to install the pole. They're not gonna remove the pole and then put a new pole in. It's gonna be a few feet away from where the existing pole is.
Okay,
so the
Guess I'm not getting
process
myself clear.
is you leave the old pole, you put the new pole in, and then you move whatever.
Then they put
over
in the
to it.
new, they put in the new equipment
Yeah,
so that when they turn on the power,
Got it.
it's like a.
I
you know,
think her
there's-
question had to do with the foundation, but I'm gonna ask Commissioner.
So yeah, Commissioner Noborikawa, it's on page 46 of the Planning Department background report. 46 and 47, it looks like it's about 20 feet deep by 6'6" in diameter. And but yeah, it's stated in 46, 47. But you know, all that would come through Public Works when they go for their permit, and it would get approved or disapproved. And then it would also trigger other cultural sensitivity issues too that you have.
Thank you, Commissioner Rao.
Thank you, Commissioners. Are there any other more questions? No, thank you. We're going to go to public testimony then. Do we have any public testimony here or on Zoom?
We have no in-person testimony for this item.
And Zoom?
None for this item either.
Okay. So we need a motion for action, please, Commissioner. Oh,
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that we favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on approve, wait, where am I? Sorry, I take that back. I move that the application for a use permit docket number PL use 2024-00029 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Vice Chairperson.
Second.
Second. Okay, what's on the floor for discussion? Anybody have any comments or questions?
I just want to
Yes,
touch on this.
Commissioner. Kanuha.
We know this area very well. I lived in this area for a very long time and have family and friends that have lived there. This is much needed, especially with service in certain areas there. And in our rolling blackouts, if there ever is a medical emergency for anyone in our neighborhood, you have no way of calling. You can call 911 and they go, hello? And that's with service, unless you're under T-Mobile. So this is much needed in the area, and especially to retrofit that old existing tower that was there instead of putting in a few more new ones. It'd be great. I think the community would be greatly appreciative of that. And that was my concern, was we had that problem with one of our neighbors, and there's a rolling blackout and she couldn't get a hold of somebody for the husband that fell. So
Thank you.
I would,
Vice Chair.
thank you, Chair. Thank you. I echo Commissioner Kanuha's sentiments for emergency reasons. I think it is very important that we bolster our ability for additional services. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
Um,
Mr. Al?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment that, it's the new pole is going to be stronger. It's going to be, it's going to last longer, more up-to-date technology. So it's definitely it's a huge benefit to the community. And there's already an existing pole there, so it's not going to impact the community at all. It's going to enhance the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we'll call for a roll call, please.
Yes, so the motion is the motion is for an approval as recommended by the planning director. Commissioner Au,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan Duart,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Aye.
Oh, Chair DeFranco, my apologies.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much.
Almost invisible. Okay, now we're gonna, thank you so much. You'll be notified in writing from the planning department. Okay, we're gonna introduce agenda item number 4, which is the applicant is Mary Fox, PLSPP 2024-000074. Application for a special permit to allow the operation of a home office for the management of a vacation rental business within a 100-square-foot portion of an existing single-family dwelling on a 3-acre parcel of land in the State Land Use Agricultural District. The subject property is located at 59-455 Ayala Kahua Drive, approximately 500 feet northwest of its intersection with Kulea Place, Kahua First, Kahua Waika, North Kahala, Hawaii, TMK 3595-9-008-023-0001. We have a staff presentation by Alukahi Kala. Oh.
Mahalo, Chair.
Excuse me, wait, I've been asked to correct something. TMK 35-9-008-023-0001.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha, Commissioners. This is an application for a special permit. Okay. The subject property, as outlined in red, is located in the North Kohala district of Hawaii Island, more specifically in the Kahua Seaview subdivision, Mauka of Akonipule Highway. There we go. This is the applicant's request. Special permit to allow a home occupation on a 3-acre property within the State Land Use Agricultural District. Specifically, the applicant will use a 100-square-foot portion of an existing dwelling for a home office. The property is part of a 2-unit condominium property regime, or CPR. The applicant is the owner of Unit 1. There are 2 permitted dwellings on the property, a first farm dwelling and an additional farm dwelling. The applicant resides in and will operate her business entirely within the first farm dwelling. Both dwellings have their own separate driveways. The applicant requests to use a small portion of the existing dwelling to manage a downsized vacation rental business, which has been reduced from managing approximately 30 vacation homes down to 6 vacation homes. The applicant was leasing a commercial business space in Puako, but does not intend to renew the commercial lease due to the downsizing of the business. This is the county zoning map. Again, for reference, the subject property is outlined in red and is located in the North Kohala district of Hawaii Island, more specifically in the Kahua Seaview area. The subject property is zoned agricultural 3 acres as indicated by the light blue color.
Other zoning in the area is agricultural 20 acres and single family residential 20,000 square foot. The state land use designation for the property and the majority of the surrounding area is agricultural as indicated by the light green color. To the northeast of the subject property is a stretch of land that is designated as urban. The land use pattern allocation guide map designation for the subject property and the majority of the surrounding area is extensive agriculture, as indicated by the white. Uh-oh. This is very sensitive. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, this is the applicant's site plan. Dwelling is shown outlined in red. The proposed 100 square foot home occupation will be within the existing dwelling. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Access to the site will be from Alakahua Road, which is a private road. Yes. I was sure. I was trying. It wasn't working. Okay. Okay, this slide shows an expanded aerial view of the subject property, again outlined in red. The dwelling is outlined with a red dash line. The closest home is located approximately 200 feet from the proposed site.
Sorry about this. Our mouse is very sensitive.
In the wrong direction. Oh, there you got it. All right on. Okay, these are the site photographs. This slide shows a view of the access from Alakahua Road. The photo to the left of the slide shows a view of the subject property's access facing Makai. The photo to the right of the slide shows a view of the subject's property facing Moka. The director is recommending approval with conditions, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
We're going to go to the applicant's presentation. Is the applicant here?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay.
The applicant is here.
Yeah, let's bring her up. We're just going to swear you in.
Hi, my name's Christy Logan.
Excuse me, wait,
sorry.
just one moment. We're going to swear you in first.
Yep, I can swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi, I want you to speak into your mic and state your name and the town you reside in.
Yes, my name is Christy Logan. I am the owner operator of Skilled Services LLC as a planning consultant.
And
represent Mary Fox, who's here, who can answer any questions you have of the owner.
okay, thank you. So you've received the background and recommendation reports from the planning department?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble.
You've
hearing you.
received the recommendations from the
Yes.
planning, and do you agree, including the proposed conditions?
Yes, I do.
And do you have something that you want to share with us about the application, or
Yes.
the owner wants to tell us something? Okay,
Yes, I was under the impression when you asked, if you asked the owner was here, that you had a specific question for her, but we can get to that, so that's great. Mary Fox is a realtor in town and out in Puco area vicinity, and she's downsizing her business, as the report indicates, application indicates, to be closer to home and have her desk and her things just right there in her offices or in her living room area. It's very small, non-impactive, and she can really speak best to what she does and how she intends to use it, other than the obvious reasons of having a printer and things of that nature.
Thank you. And do you want to introduce yourself too to us? You're the applicant.
Sure. Do I need to swear?
No, you
Also-
already, I
Oh, I
think she
already am?
swore
Okay.
you in.
My name is Mary Fox. I live at the subject property 59-455A Alakahua. And I'm just asking the commission to approve that I can have a home office. As stated, I've downsized my business, so don't really need to have a commercial property. I don't have other employees working with me at home. I don't plan on having any clients visit my home. Just a desk, a computer, and a filing cabinet in my dining room area.
Thank you. I know that you weren't sworn in. I'm sorry. I thought you were, but we can do it really quickly right now.
Sure.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank
So,
you.
so everything you just told us, shared with us is true? Yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Well, what I would like to say
Okay.
is that a home occupation declaration is needed with the planning department for her to have this in her home. And so the process of being able to do that, obviously, as you are aware, is to have this special permit. So we've started here with the process and want to make sure that she's legal beagle and not doing anything that's not allowed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Were there any questions for the staff or no? And we're gonna, thank you for your time. You can go
Thank
take
you.
your
You're welcome.
chairs.
Thank
We're
you
gonna,
for your
is there any public testimony on this?
Chair, we
There
have
is.
one in-person testifier,
Okay.
Francis Lorda. If you could go up to the table, I'll swear you in.
This was. Did everybody see this?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll remind you in 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. I'm the neighbor of Mary Fox. I've known her for 12 years. And I know she's planning to put a little office in her home, which I have no qualms about, as I know her to be a law-abiding citizen and respectful of the neighbors, which is very important, with much aloha. And
Thank you.
I agree that you'd all agree to have her have a little office.
Okay.
I hate myself talking.
Thank you. Thank you for your time to be here. We appreciate it. Any questions? No? Seeing no questions. Are there any testifiers on Zoom?
No, Chair, there are no testifiers on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we need a motion for action, please. Commissioner Kanuha.
I move that the application for special permit docket number PL-SPP-2024-0074 be approved based on the planning director's recommendations, which shall be adopted.
Thank you.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner Noriakawa. Discussion? Yes, Commissioner
go ahead.
Noriakawa. Oh,
So the North Kohala CDP is very much in support of this type of business at home. And that's why I'm going to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Commissioner,
Just a quick comment. We need more law-abiding citizens like you, Ms. Fox. Thank you.
and good neighbors. Yes, thank you. Okay, so seeing no other discussion, a roll call vote then.
The motion is to approve as recommended by the planning director for permit number PL-SPP 2024-000074. Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Vice Chair Duarte,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
We also have Commissioner Al.
One more
Oh,
commissioner.
I apologize. Commissioner Al,
Aye, and one more commissioner, Ms. Noborikawa.
She did there.
I already did.
They did it. Okay, so we have,
okay,
everybody is aye. Yes,
thank you. The motion passes.
thank you. Okay, you'll be notified in writing. Thank you so much. We all okay to keep going, right? Everybody's ready to go? Okay, so we're going to introduce agenda items 5, 6, and 7 together, but we will call for separate motions of action. We're all separate motions for action, introducing them all together. So the applicant, Hawaii Island Community Development Corporation, PL SLU 2024 000011, application for state land use boundary amendment from an agricultural district to an urban district for 14.321 acre portion of a larger 237.5 acre parcel of land. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Kauai Road and Waiula Drive, Kauai 2, Lanikipu, Waimea, South Kahala, Hawaii, TMK 36-2-001-075. Item number 6, applicant Hawaii Island Community Development Corporation, PLREZ 2024 000066. Application for a change of zone from an agricultural 1 acre zoning district to a single family residential 10,000 square foot zoning district for a 14.321 acre portion of a larger 237.5 acre parcel of land. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Kauai Road and Waiula Drive, Kauai, Second Lanikipu, Waimea, South Kahala, Hawaii, TMK 6-2-001-075. And agenda item 7, applicant Hawaii Island Community Development Corporation, PL-PUD 2024-000004, application for a planned unit development for a 43 acre lot, 43 lot, it should be acre? No, just 43 lots. Okay, single family residential subdivision on a 14.321 acre portion of a larger 237.5 acre parcel of land. The PUD would allow various exceptions from Chapter 23 subdivision of Hawaii County Code. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Kauai Road and Waiula Drive, Kauai, Second Lanikipu, Waimea, South Kahala, Hawaii, TMK 6-2-001-075. So we have a staff presentation, please, by Christian Kay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking on that big mouthful. I won't belabor the point. This is going to be a combined presentation for 3 entitlements. The subject 237.5 acre property situated here is located in the South Kohala district of Hawaii Island, more specifically in the Ouli area. For reference, we've got Kauai High Road running generally north-south through the slide or east-west through the slide, and the subject property is here off of Waiula Drive. The applicants are going to be utilizing 14.321 acres of the larger parcel for the proposed use. The applicant proposes to develop a 43-lot, 100% affordable, single-family residential subdivision with a minimum of 10,000 square foot lots and related improvements on 14.321 acres of land. The proposed project will occur on two non-contiguous areas as follows: a 13.005 acre section that will support 39 lots, or otherwise known as Project Lot 1, and a 1.316 acre section that will support 4 lots, or Project Lot 2. The project will provide building sites for the Hawaii Island Community Development Corporation self-help and turnkey housing program for low to moderate income households, all of which will be in the County of Hawaii's affordable housing guidelines. HICDC's intent is to provide as many self-help homes as possible, given federal funding limitations. Turnkey homes will be suitable for households unable to provide the required self-help labor or due to their incomes being above 80% of the area median income, which is the upper limit for the self-help program. Turnkey homes will be sold at prices affordable to households up to 140% of the area median income. Should the proposed entitlements be approved in 2024, the applicant will promptly file the subdivision application with the Planning Department. Anticipated completion of the subdivision is expected within 5 years from the date of approval of land use entitlements or by the end of 2029. According to the applicant, the project is estimated to cost $20 million. So to facilitate this development, the applicant is requesting a state land use district boundary amendment from agricultural to urban for 14.321 acre portion of a larger 237.5 acre property. A change of zone from an agricultural 1 acre to a single family residential 10,000 square feet designation for the same land area. And a planned unit development or PUD permit to allow for exemptions from Chapter 23 of the Hawaii County Code related to roadway right-of-way and pavement widths, roadways, grades and curves, the requirement for dedicable streets, requirements for sidewalks, curbs and gutters, and drainage, flood and erosion mitigation measures. So if you'll indulge me for the purpose of the requested PUD permit is to enable development of the proposed subdivision on a sloping and undulating project site while striving to preserve natural landforms, moderate grading, and minimize development costs where feasible. The planned development places residential uses on the gently sloping portions of the larger site, leaving the steeper slopes undeveloped. This approach requires longer and more expensive access roads that traverse steeper parts of the site, increasing overall project costs. To maintain affordability, alternative design strategies are proposed to reduce costs without compromising the project's functionality. Now, if you will indulge me for a minute, I'd like to do a little bit of education on what a PUD is. According to our zoning code, the purpose of a PUD is to encourage comprehensive site planning that is compatible with the surrounding community and that adapts the design of development to the land by allowing diversification in relationships of various uses, buildings, structures, open spaces and yards, building height and lot sizes in planned building groups, while still ensuring that the intent of the zoning code is observed. A PUD application can include requested exceptions from the zoning and subdivision codes that will allow for a subdivision design that is a departure from a typical subdivision layout allowed by code. PUD permits have been approved historically by the Planning Department through an administrative process from 1996 to 2015, when the zoning code was amended by the County Council to shift decision-making authority from the Planning Director to the Planning Commissions. This is the third PUD heard by a planning commission and the first heard by the Leeward Planning Commission, hence the need for the education. So continuing on, these are the applicant's requested exceptions from the subdivision code. The first is requested exception for minimum right-of-way and pavement widths. There's a request that the requirement that cul-de-sac and dead-end streets have minimum right-of-way width of 50 feet be waived to allow a 4-lot subdivision in that project lot 2 to be served by 2 dead-end streets with 40-foot wide rights of way and a length not to exceed 150 feet with no cul-de-sac or hammerhead turnaround. The second request is relief from the requirement for a minor street to have a 300-foot minimum horizontal curve. Instead, the applicant requests the allowance of a 200-foot horizontal curve radius on the 50-foot wide minor streets in conformance with AASHTO standards, which allow 200-foot horizontal curves at 25 miles an hour. The third request is relief from the requirement to construct project roadways to county dedicable standards, including the requirement to build the roadways to standards within the subdivision code, as well as roadway specifications on file with the Department of Public Works. Specifically, right-of-way width for project lot 2, which would be 40 feet instead of the minimum required 50 feet, and relief from requirements on roadway pavement thickness. These include the installation of a 6-inch base course of 4 inches of compacted crusher run base with filler and 2 inches of asphalt concrete without the installation of a 6-inch sub-base material. The applicant is requesting to have the planning director determine that sidewalks are not necessary for project roadways. Instead, the applicant proposes to install paved swales and shoulders equal to the right-of-way width to provide pedestrian access. This next is to request to have the planning director determine that the construction of curbs and gutters are not necessary for project roadways. Instead of curbs and gutters, the applicant proposes to provide paved swales and shoulders consistent with details depicted in the application. The next is drainage, flood, and erosion management, mitigation measures. So the request is to allow the use of seepage pits in lieu of dry wells for stormwater disposal. Under this request, drainage would be handled by swales that feed into seepage pits throughout the project area rather than standard dry wells. This approach will allow compliance with the State Department of Health rules related to water well development near the project area. And finally, just please note, this was not part of the original applicant's original request. However, in review of the application, we determined that relief from this section of subdivision code would be required to make the project work. And that's relief from right-of-way improvement, which requires a subdivider to improve the entire street right-of-way to standard specifications on file at the Department of Public Works. The applicant proposes the 66-foot wide right-of-way and 50-foot right-of-way to be consistent with standard details at DPW. However, the 40-foot right-of-way will not meet those standard specifications, so an exception to this section of code is necessary to develop the proposed subdivision. So here is the county zoning map. Again, for reference, we've got Kauai High Road running east-west through the slide. The two project areas here, the non-contiguous areas, project lot 1 and 2, are outlined in yellow. The current zoning of the subject property and much of the surrounding area is agricultural 1 acre. And then consistent with the Anikona and Kanehoa subdivisions, here Malka of the project is some residential and agricultural 2 acre and agricultural 5 acre zoning. The state land use boundary designates the subject property currently as agricultural. I'd like to point out these two areas to the east of the proposed project area. These are locations of the Oli self-help housing development, which is a 40-lot self-help subdivision similar to what's being requested under the current entitlement requests. And this area here to the north is the Oli Cottages multiple family development, which is about 33 units of multiple family residential rental availability. These were entitled back in the early 90s, and that's why they have a similar state land use urban designation as to what's being requested today. The general plan land use pattern allocation guide map designates the subject property and much of the surrounding area as rural with some extensive agriculture to the south. And here are the applicant's site plans. Sorry, the upper left is a little bit blurry, but again, we've got Kauai High Road running here north-south through the slide with Waiula Drive here. Project Lot 1, which is a larger 39 lot section, is here, and the Project Lot 2, which is the 4-unit section, is here. What I wanted to point out here is there are multiple parcels within the larger 200-plus acre parcel that are set aside and designated for water well development. So the request for seepage pits rather than dry wells, just to show the proximity to the subject, the proposed project area to the closest potential water well development area is less than the 300 feet that the State Department of Health requires to meet their standards. The larger blown up area here just shows the proposed subdivision. Again, access would be on a 66-foot right-of-way roadway here. Internal access here would be about 50 feet with a T here at the end. And then this is the project lot 2, which is 4 lots, and again, the 40-foot wide right-of-way, which would be servicing that. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject area. The larger parcel is outlined in red and the proposed project area outlined in yellow. You can see again, what I pointed out here is the Ole self-help housing development that's been that's been built for the last 20 plus years. Similarly with the Ole Cottages development. I'm not sure, and then maybe somebody can tell me, but I was fascinated by the lines here through the property. I anticipate that was from looking for unexpected ordnance, but I'm not sure. So if anybody can tell me that unexploded ordnance, I'd be interested. Here's a view of the project area from Waiula Drive facing Mackay. Again, the subject project area is generally in this area. You can see again there is some change in elevation and geology there. Here are another couple site photos. Upper left is a view of Waiula Drive facing northwest toward Kauai High Road with the project area on the left, and a view of Waiula Drive facing southeast with the project area on the right-hand side. And again, the self-help housing, existing self-help housing subdivision Ole Cottages are generally around this curve as well. So with that, the director is making a favorable recommendation with conditions for the state land use district boundary amendment and change of zone. Because the approval of the PUD lies with this body, he's recommending approval with conditions for the plan unit development permit. The applicant did catch a mistake in the conditions for the rezoning, and this has to do with condition N, which is the fair share condition. There is a reference at the end of that condition that states this condition shall not apply to any affordable lots included in the executed affordable housing agreement referenced in condition O. That should be read as referenced in condition M, which is the affordable housing agreement condition. So I'd like to just request to make that friendly amendment. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Noriakawa.
Thank you, Mr. K. So the exceptions that were requested, there were 6 that the applicant requested and then a 7th one that was added by the planning department, correct? Okay, now the letter that's in the file, November 1st from Department of Public Works says that out of those initial 6, they would not be able to support the dedication of the improvements within the right of way. Does this 7th exception change any of that? Makes Public Works more likely to accept them?
It does not. So we kind of went back and forth with Public Works on this, and given the zoning density, the RS10 or single family residential 10,000 square feet, their policy is to require concrete curb gutters and sidewalks. Obviously, those add some expense to the subdivision. It is the applicant's intent to dedicate those roadways. DPW is not inclined to accept dedication of those roadways. But should the county council mandate it as part of their ordinance, then they would be basically compelled to accept those. So there is a condition in the PUD that essentially says, unless the roadways are dedicated to the county, the private roadways will be a requirement that deeds of all of the lots indicate that the lot owners would be required to maintain those roadways. It has been the case in the past where roadways that have not met those standards in other rezonings or PUDs have been dedicated to the county, generally for affordable housing purposes. But just to, again, respect the policies of DPW, that's why we kind of left that in there. And so ultimately, to answer your question, right now, as constituted, they're not inclined to accept dedication.
So if I understand what you said correctly, if DPW does not accept the dedication, then the property owners, these subdivisions will have to pay to maintain the roads.
It would be their responsibility to maintain the roads and the drainage facilities, yes.
Okay, so we're asking low and moderate income families to shell out a bunch of money to pay for their roads.
I understand the question. So ultimately that unless compelled by the county council through the subsequent process, that's how it would be.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Sure.
Are there any other questions? Excuse me,
Just,
Commissioner Rodriguez, you have a
One quick
question?
question. It's good that they're trying to do affordable housing, and my question is, has there been a perk test done on the soil? Since they're asking exemptions for the for the water drainage. Sometimes it might say it looks like a dry area, but it might cause flooding issues in the future.
Sure. So there was a geotechnical study done as part of the background report, submitted as part of the background report. And part of that geotechnical study supported the replacement of dry wells with these seepage pits. And I think one of the things that DPW said is they didn't have any issue with it since an engineer signed off on that as a viable option. Another thing that would have to happen is to get a drainage study, and I believe we have that as a condition of the rezoning. So the applicant is going to have to go through that anyway to make sure that no project related drainage would impact other areas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if we don't have any other questions, can we have the applicant come forward?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Hi, we're just going to swear you in and thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. You just speak directly into the mic when you speak, state your name and the town you reside in, whom you represent too.
Sure. My name is Keith Cotto. I'm the Executive Director of Hawaii Island Community Development Corporation.
Thank you. And you want to tell us a little bit about the application, and I just want to make sure you've read the background and the recommendations from the planning department, including the proposed conditions.
Yes, we reviewed them and we're in agreement with the conditions.
And you agree with them?
Yes.
Would you like to tell us a little bit more of anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, for those of you who may not be familiar with us, we prepared a map of our projects in this Leeward planning area. And it basically shows that we do two types of projects, self-help housing projects, as well as rental housing. So starting up, at the top in North Kohala area, we've done quite a few in the Kohala area. We have 20 in Harvey. This Kumakua project was 40 homes. And Ainakis, actually, there's 10 self-help homes done back in the 1990s. And then in addition to that, we've done this Ainakis senior project with 30 units. And, so on, coming down to Kauai, we did a project with DHHL, Kamala with senior in Waimea. Uli self-help housing, which is the one right adjacent to us, it's 40 lots. That was done in the early 2000s. And then going down into Kona, we've done a self-help housing project in Kalawa and rental projects, the 100-unit project we just recently completed off Hinalani. And at Hualalai Road, we've done 3 phases, totaling 96 units there. So this project is it's actually named Ko'aia. Let's see, can I move to the next slide? How does that work? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the project name is Ko'aia, which is actually was a name given to us as appropriate for the site. The Ko'aia is actually a tree that used to be on the property, and it's a relative of the Hoa family. It's apparently a very hardwood, extremely hardwood. It was used for fish hooks, shark hooks, and for copper making implements. Interestingly enough, if you are interested, there's a Ko'aia preserve off the Kohala Mountain Road. I was actually directed there because I was wondering what the terrain would look like before introduction of cattle. And so it's up there. You can go ahead and take a walk. It's Merrick Nishimoto and I, went through this thing. It's an interesting walk. The plants are not lush. They're basically reflective of kind of an arid climate, but it's just a good reflection of, I think, what we think is possible. Well, I guess before we get into this, so anyway, backing up, the project is 43 units, self-help housing, and we are, ready to go. We have the funding lined up to do this first increment. We have the water. We are using this seepage pits basically because as one of the previous slides that the department had shown is that there are four water well sites on the property, and Department of Health requirements are such that we cannot have an injection well within a quarter mile of a water well. So we have to go to the shorter ones. And what it means is they're going to be shorter pits, might say, but more of them, so that it can handle the water that's generated. The request for the road, deviations is basically consistent with what we've done elsewhere. The 40-lot subdivision that's next to us, which we did, has actually got a 40-foot right-of-way, paved swells, and it's working. And it's also was dedicated to the county. We've done, I think, 4 or 5 subdivisions, all of which deviated from the county requirements, just as a cost-saving method. And in all cases, they were dedicated to the county. So this is a conversation that we hope to continue and hope to be able to dedicate these roads as well, because otherwise it will be a requirement being imposed on this low-income affordable housing community that we'd like to avoid.
Hi, Jeremy McCumber, Chief of Operations for HSCDC. So going back to the concern raised by Commissioner Noborikawa, and I know Christian has to be very politically correct in his presentation, but what I'll say is that, you know, the default for the county for any improvements that we would do, their default is going to be to not accept. So as Keith mentioned, our intention is never to go in imposing additional cost on low to moderate income families. So it's just continued conversation that we have to have. Generally, it's resolved at the staff and administrator level. And if it's not, then we continue to have conversations until it is.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Au.
Thank you, Mr. McComber and Mr. Kato for bringing forth this project. I live in Waikoloa, and the hot topic in Waikoloa is wildfire mitigation. And I know it's not the kuleana of HICDC. And I looked at every application, all three of them, and I noticed that the fire department has no response. So, you know, what kind of conversations are you having with the fire department or any nonprofits or just wildfire mitigation in general?
Yeah, that is a concern. And it's especially after, you know, what happened in Lahaina. It was something, to be honest with you, I never even thought about. But it's clear that it is a problem. So one of the good things is actually recently we've had a rancher come and run cattle in there. So if you go to the site today, you notice that the grass is a lot lower than it was before. We're also looking at working with HPM actually to look at fire-resistant materials and practices, you know, that would help protect the houses from any kind of a wildfire situation. Seems like California has adopted some best management practices, you might say. And in terms of the kind of venting, kind of materials, you know, and the way that the house is designed to prevent any kind of embers from penetrating into the house, because apparently is really a significant problem. So basically that's our approach. Fortunately, there's a fire station, you know, right in the subdivision or right above the subdivision. It's actually on property that we own that we're leasing to the county.
That's good. That could be helpful.
Yeah, so.
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Thank you. There's a little bit of confusion in the community. What is the name? Koi'a? Is that the name of this development? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's actually it's Kauai, but it's the term because of materials that were used, and I couldn't give you a very eloquent explanation of the historic native use, but it could have been used for fishing or for other uses. So you'll hear it referred to as Kauai or Kauai'a.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The reason why I bring it up is there may be some confusion if this development is also called Oli Farms.
That's why we renamed the project.
Can you say more about that?
I'm sorry?
Can you say more about why you renamed it?
I think, you know, I'm not sure if it was in the materials or not, but this property was donated by a generous donor, and there was for a time suspicion as to whether or not this project was the project that's located elsewhere in the area that's actually not targeting low to moderate income. And so we were consistently being questioned as to whether or not we were affiliated with the project. So a big part of naming the project was to sort of separate us and isolate us as the project that's doing affordable housing versus the other project.
Thank you. That's helpful for me because I too needed clarity.
Sure.
Yeah, I think for putting that on the record. I know there's been a lot of concern over that and different things through the community. So thank you for addressing that.
Sure.
Chair, one more question, if I may?
Yes,
Thank you.
please, Vice
So, may I ask, why the request for, some relief for sidewalks? I think you're proposing, swales, paved swales instead of, curbs and gutters and paved sidewalks. Can you, share
Sure.
more?
Yeah, it really is a matter of making the project affordable. It's really a cost that, we spoke to our civil engineer about it, yeah, the alternative of going to curb gutter sidewalk. She said it would probably add somewhere like 10 to 20% to the cost. So that's a significant item.
Commissioner Kahuna. Sorry.
Kalima.
Sorry.
Artificial Lalo Hawaii, but one of these days. This is actually to Mr. Kern, Planning Director, Mr. Kern, the TIAR set for any change of zone that was in there. I think it states right here, only 43 proposed lots. It has to hit 50. I know that's always a requirement in a change of zone. It's something that's with any PUD that's moving forward. I just want to get some clarity on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. This project did not trigger the requirement for a TIR as it didn't create 50 vehicle trips during the peak hours. Thanks.
But we'd like to point out that we in fact did one in any case, and it indicated that the level of service, at the Leeward Road entry would be satisfactory. I think right now it's level of service A, and I think it would, over a long haul, change the level of service C, but still acceptable.
Thank you both. I know that's always a concern with anything that's going on, and people always ask, hey, how come these guys don't need to do it and we have to do it? So putting it on record it shows that, hey, this is what the requirement is, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any public testimony?
Chair, we have one person to testify in person. Cindy Evans? Please
Hi.
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and town you reside in.
Okay, I'm Cindy Evans and I live 3 miles north of Kauai Harbor on the Kohala Coast. And I wanted to thank the commissioners for a couple questions that I have concerns with. And one is on the drainage. When I was a state representative in the self-help housing project that's right above this, whatever drainage they had put in place did not work. I kept getting phone calls of the flooding on the streets. So I was very concerned that maybe the wells, dry wells would be better than the seepage. So I wanted to point out there has been a problem in the adjacent self-help housing project adjacent to it. The other thing is the council recently has been talking about the impacts of the ADU bill that was just passed by the council. And that this goes urban, and with the zoning, I believe it would allow ADU. The council, given a couple of the rezones that we saw the other day, we're talking about the impacts on the roads if these ADUs come in. And so we're the conditions that are recommended from the committee moving forward to the council was to only allow 1 ADU instead of 3 ADUs. And also maybe possibly they're looking at discussing if they're going to allow short-term vacation rental.
Just interrupt you. Are you testifying as a person or a county council?
Person. Thank you for asking. Good question. As a person. So I just want to bring your attention at the meeting. The condition was 1 ADU versus 3 because of the traffic and the intent of the traffic over in East Waimea going towards Honokaa, there was concerns. So there is some discussion now about how the ADUs and what the density might be like, because they would have the ability to do that. And so I wanted to mention, I thank you for, this is a great project. I think self-help housing is wonderful. I don't know, it'll be interesting as it moves forward, as you look at the AMI, the medium income, what is the targeted market you really want to achieve in the area? I think that hopefully we'll have some further discussion. And always on Kauai High Road, I want to end in saying the traffic in Waimea is horrendous. And anytime we add any more houses, it just raises people's concern about how can we handle the additional traffic. But anyway, so thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no more in-person testifiers.
Thank you. So I think we need a motion for act. No.
Chair, there is a Zoom testifier.
Is there a Zoom?
Yes, we
Okay.
have one testifier. It is Nicole Milne. And Nicole, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. You were testifying on 3 agenda items. So you have 3 minutes to testify on each agenda item. And if you're testifying on multiple items, you need to let us know when you've finished the first item. And we'll reset the timer with a new 3 minutes. So these items are item 5 for the state land use, item 6 for the rezone, and item 7 for the PUD. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin with the first item.
Thank you. Nicole Milne, and I reside in Honokaa. I'm going to do 3 minutes, hopefully on 5, 6, and 7 combined. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Apologize for being in my car. I've lived in and outside of Waimea for the last 15 years. I consider myself a guest in the islands, originally from Minnesota. I'm now raising a family here, and my professional life, which is based in Waimea, is dedicated to supporting Hawaii's farm and food businesses. This includes helping farmers find affordable housing for themselves and their workers. And when they can't find enough workers, oftentimes due to the availability and cost of housing stock, invest in labor-saving equipment to stay economically viable, and so that we can continue to purchase and afford their products. I'm here testifying today in support of items 5 to 7 under new business. I'm a member of the volunteer working group Homes for Waimea that supports affordable housing solutions for island residents. HICDC's project will enable residents to purchase their homes, move closer to their jobs, hopefully alleviate some traffic potentially, and maybe provide an opportunity for Kama'aina that have moved away to come back home. HICDC's work is exceptional, making sure that lower income residents and our kupuna have homes in their home. I support the request for a zoning change to RS10, an amendment to the state land use district boundary, and their application for a PUD for the 43 lot subdivision. Keith, I only wish it were more lots. This project is in line with the governor's goals and the South Kohala CDP to create more affordable housing, and it's also being proposed on dry side Waimea in an area that's less suitable for agriculture. Through the self-help model, HICDC helps families create generational wealth, both in terms of the structure, but also by investing in the creation of homes where there's expressed needs such as Waimea. By providing families homes closer to their work, they may have more time to spend at home, more time at home cooking, visiting with friends and family, taking their kids to after school programs. And this time spent together as family and community creates generational wealth. If any of you have ever taken the morning bus from Hilo to the west side, you've seen how it can be standing room only as people commute to their jobs on the Leeward coast. Property values in Waimea have made purchasing a home out of reach for most individuals working in Waimea's local schools, the hospital, grocery stores, local nonprofits, and other businesses. By creating this affordable housing in Waimea, we will enable families from Waimea and those working in and around the area to actually live there. As a county, I feel we must prioritize the development of housing.
You have 30 seconds for the first item.
Thank you. That's appropriate for our island residents and also located strategically, taking into account infrastructure, community need, and the natural ecosystem. I want to thank Keith and the HICDC team for engaging with our Homes of Waimea group, providing us with information about this project and others around the island, and for continuing to champion affordable housing for the county. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for considering this testimony and for continuing to support our communities. Thanks.
Thank you. So no more Zooms?
That was the only testifier, Chair, for this item, for these 3 items.
Great. So the public testimony is closed then, and we're gonna. Oh, do you have any questions for the testifiers? Oh, seeing none, we're gonna need a motion for action, please.
I'd like to make a motion for action.
Commissioner Kanuha.
I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on application for state land use boundary amendment docket number PL-SLU 2022-00011 based on the planning director's recommendations, which shall be adopted.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Paishan, I'm Vice Chair Paishan Duarte. Any discussion? No.
Yeah, I said 2024. 24.
Seeing no discussion, we have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On the motion to send a favorable recommendation to the county council, Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan Duarte.
Aye.
Commissioner Ao,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries with 6 aye votes.
I'm gonna put one thing on the record. I said two, because there's a mistypo here between both the two. It's 2024 docket number.
I'm sorry.
Docket number was 2024. It was 2022 on the mistypo that was sent over to us.
I apologize. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need to restate anything then? No, we can keep going then. So we need another motion then?
Sure.
Yeah. Vice Chair.
Yes,
Paishan
Chair.
Duarte.
I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application to approve the change of zone for docket number PL-REZ-2024-00066 based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted. With the recommendation for amendment.
Oh, sorry. That would be to condition N, the fair share condition, the one that I spoke about at the beginning of the presentation, or at the end of the presentation.
As stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
A second, please.
Second.
I need a second.
Second.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Oh, okay. Is any discussion here? Seeing no discussion, we call for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the motion to forward a favorable recommendation for the change of zone, Vice Chair Paishan Duarte,
Aye.
Commissioner Ao,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries with 6 aye votes.
Thank you. We're looking for another motion then. Okay. Commissioner
Yeah,
Ao.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that application for plan use development docket number PUD 2024-00004 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Need a second?
Second.
Commissioner Nobukawa, seconds. Discussion?
Madam Chair, just a few comments. I just want to commend HICDC for what they're doing in the community. And, they're going out and beyond what they're required to do. One thing that stands out for me is that, because it's less than 50 units, they're not required to get a TIAR, but they did anyway. And just that alone, I appreciate it. And, granted, everything they do is being passed on to the end users. So they're doing their best to continue to make this more affordable. And it's great that it's a self-help project. And, the people that are going to be building these homes are the people or families that are going to be living in it. They're going to get their other family members from other places in the community. So what HICDC does with their self-help is, they bring people from all over the island to help their families with the self-help. And I think it's a great program that they do. And I'm glad that I was happy to make the motion for this particular agenda item.
Thank you. Commissioner Nobukawa.
So I just wanted to state that I am still uncomfortable agreeing to something with substandard road conditions. But, Mr. Kato, I am depending on you and your team to continue those conversations so that these roads can be dedicated to the county. Thank you.
And just one last thing to touch on
Yes,
kind of what
Commissioner.
Commissioner Al said, Mr. Kato and your team, mahalo for what you guys do. We need more people creating more opportunities, especially for locals and middle-class families here. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody that has participated in creating this beautiful project that will really benefit a lot of people. So thank you to everyone involved. If there's no more discussion, we're going to call for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the motion to approve the plan unit development permit, Commissioner Au,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan Duarte,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries with 6 aye votes.
Thank you. You will be notified in writing. Yay. Okay, we're going indoors. So we've got to introduce agenda item 8. Initiator Planning Director PLPDI 2024-000009. The Planning Director has initiated an ordinance to amend Chapter 25 zoning, Article 5 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, relating to hospitals, sanitariums, old age, convalescent nursing, and rest homes. The purpose of this ordinance is to promote the establishment and development of hospitals within the industrial commercial mixed zoning district to improve access to healthcare services while ensuring compatibility with industrial and commercial land uses. We have a staff presentation by Tracy Lee Camaro. Thank you.
My apologies, Chair. Please hold. We're just trying to get the PowerPoint up. Thank you so much for waiting while we got that up. So again, before you today, we have the Planning Director initiated bill relating to hospitals. This specific bill is to amend Chapter 25 of the Zoning Code, Article 5 of the Hawaii County Code 1983. The purpose of this bill is to promote the establishment and development of hospitals, sanitariums, old age, convalescent, nursing, and rest homes within the industrial commercial mixed zoning, also known as MCX. And this is to improve access to the healthcare services while ensuring compatibility with industrial and commercial land uses. So in short, the proposed amendments to Chapter 5 will look like this on your screen, and it'll basically show that the following uses shall be permitted in the MCX district, which would include the hospitals, sanitariums, old age, convalescent, nursing, and rest homes. So based on the reasonings, the planning director is proposing the permit to permit hospitals within the MCX district for the following reasons. The first is the alignment with the public health and safety goals. This would directly align with the county's general plan, which emphasizes the importance of providing accessible healthcare facilities to all residents. By allowing hospitals in the MCX district, this will support improved access to urgent and specialized care, as well as benefiting the local communities. So number 2 is the consistency with the intent of the MCX district. The MCX zoning district was designed to foster a mixture of commercial, office, and light industrial uses. Hospitals often serve as an economic anchor in these communities and will attract ancillary healthcare services, medical offices, and related businesses, which will further strengthen the economic vitality of the MCX zoning. MCX district currently allows medical clinics as well, which was recently permitted or amended in 2020. And 3, this will meet the needs of the growing population of the island. The existing hospital infrastructure on our island is strained, as we all have heard over the time. So this would just help with the growing demand by expanding the locations where healthcare facilities can be established. And lastly, the economic and employment benefits. This amendment could foster economic growth and diversification in areas designated as MCX, particularly in communities with limited employment opportunities. That being said, the planning director is recommending that we forward a favorable recommendation to the Hawaii County Council for this bill.
Do we have any questions then for Tracy or for Director Kern? No questions. So any public testimony, either here or on Zoom?
There is no public testimony in person, Chair.
And none on Zoom either.
Okay, so nothing on Zoom. Okay. So do we have a motion for action? Action. Yes, excuse me, Commissioner Noborikawa.
I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the proposed amendments to chapter 25, article 5 of the Hawaii County Code, 1983, 2016 edition as amended, docket number PL PDI 2024-000009.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Paishan Duart. Any discussion here?
Just,
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
my direct a question to Director Kern. So I just wonder, are there any reasons not to support this?
I can't think of any. If I had, I wouldn't put this forward. I think it's needed with the mixture of land uses that we have. And I think it'll actually serve our community really, really well.
Okay, thanks.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
just a quick comment. I think this is a great amendment. We truly live on a big island and we want to give developers, because it's not cheap building hospitals. It's not cheap building clinics and facilities that are going to service the people when they need it. And, expanding this opportunity and try to attract developers to build more medical facilities, I think it's a great amendment. So thank you. Just want to make that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. The motion is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council. Commissioner Noborikawa.
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan Duart.
Aye.
Commissioner Al.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to bring back, don't we do number 2? Okay, so we're going to bring up agenda item number 9. The initiator, the County Council, PL-CC1-2024-000009, Bill 194, an ordinance amending Chapter 25, Article 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, relating to telecommunication antennas and towers. The purpose of this amendment is to implement a uniform and comprehensive regulatory framework for the development, sitting, installation, and maintenance of telecommunication antennas and telecommunication towers. We're going to have a staff presentation by Tracy Lee Camaro.
Thank you, Chair. So before you today, we have the County Council initiated Bill 194 related to telecommunication antennas and towers. The purpose of Bill 194 is that it introduces standards and application requirements that prioritize the careful design, siting, and maintenance of telecommunication infrastructure to minimize visual and operational impacts, enhance safety, and ensure adherence to federal and local regulations. The proposed amendments include but are not limited to the following specific changes. First, it is proposing to amend the definition of telecommunication antennas, as well as creates a new definition for telecommunication towers. It creates additional plan approval application requirements for telecommunication antennas and towers. In addition, it creates additional standards for telecommunication antennas and towers, as well as includes increased setbacks and an order of priority for siting for antennas and towers. And it removes the requirement to secure a use permit prior to establishing a telecommunication antenna and tower, and adds telecommunication antennas and towers as a permitted use by right in the RS, RD, RM, RCX, RA, FA, A, IA, and O zoning districts. With this change, telecommunication towers and antennas will be permitted in all zoning districts by right. So the planning department concerns the following points regarding 194 are particularly significant and warrant careful consideration. First is the excessive requirements of Bill 194. Next is the enforcement and jurisdiction issues. Third is the use of private consultants. And lastly, it's the prioritization for siting of towers. The following proposed section of Bill 194 is proposed to be changed, as well as seen as being excessive. Within proposed section 25-274-1, the proposed change does require that a plot plan showing the location of the proposed antenna or tower in all buildings and uses within 300 feet thereof. Some of the planning director's concerns is that Bill 194's requirement to provide a site plan displaying all buildings and uses within 300 feet of the subject parcel is excessive. A detailed rationale for including all nearby buildings and their current uses has not been provided. Therefore, the planning director does not support this requirement. Next, proposed section 25-274-5 is seen as exceeding the zoning authority. And this is removing the statement from the Federal Communications Commission that the application complies with the regulations of the commission, or a statement that no such compliance is necessary, and replaces it with a report that is prepared by a person who is licensed in the state of Hawaii as a professional electrical engineer, certifying that the proposed use complies with all applicable standards and regulations, including those related to radio frequency emissions of the Federal Communications Commission and the state of Hawaii. So the planning director's concern include that the FCC already regulates RF emissions. Additional reports is redundant. This places the responsibility on the planners to review, who actually lack the technical expertise to review these technical engineering reports. This could also conflict with federal laws, as local governments cannot impose stricter RF standards than the FCC. The following proposed sections in Bill 194 also exceed the zoning authority. So proposed section 25-274-6. This should really be governed by the county building code. Section 25-274-7 should be governed by the county fire code. Section 25-274-8 should be governed by the State Department of Health regulations. Section 25-274-12 should be governed by the county flood code. in section 25-274-13 addresses maintenance requirements that would not normally fall under the scope of the zoning code, as well as section 25-412I3 and 4. This pertains to more operational and engineering standards that are typically governed by building codes or electrical regulations. In addition, the following proposed section of Bill 194 requests the use of private consultants. That is being proposed in section 25-412F, and that would allow the director to engage with a private consultant to inspect and determine whether the proposed use violates any applicable standards of the Federal Communication Commission, provided that the time during which the private consultant is so engaged shall not count towards the time limit set forth in subsection E. So the planning director's concern, first off, is engaging private consultants may significantly raise costs for the county, creating unnecessary financial burdens. The current wording suggests that the consultant's determination would occur after plan approval, at which the point for the next step is securing a building permit and constructing the tower. It would be more logical to hire a consultant before final plan approval rather than after. And relying on public consultants could introduce delays in the approval process, which would lead to lengthy and unpredictable timelines for applicants that may not occur within the 60-day timeline approval under HRS. The following proposed section of Bill 194 requires tower siting prioritizations. As you can see, telecommunication towers, antennas and towers shall be sited in accordance with the following order of priority. First would be on building sites with existing telecommunication antennas or towers. Next would be on industrial zone lands. Third would be all other lands, exclusive of industrial zone lands and residential zone lands. And lastly, it would be residential zone lands. So first off, it's unclear how staff should prioritize applications across all of these zoning districts. Bill 194 lacks guidance on whether applicants must analyze unviable lower priority sites. We're also uncertain if staff must deny applications for underserved areas without proper zoning or suggest alternative sites. You know, prioritization could also delay the permitting process and therefore exceeding the 60-day approval timeframe. And enforcement of this section remains undefined. So overall, the review of Bill 124, first is the concerns with proposed requirements. It does have extensive plan approval requirements that exceed land use and zoning expertise, as well as imposing these requirements could create an excessive regulatory burden, hindering telecommunication infrastructure deployment. The lack of flexibility, the bill's design requirements, the siting prioritization do not allow for flexibility needed to serve areas with the highest demand. This inflexibility may lead to impractical outcomes due to the county's diverse topography and development patterns, and the potential conflicts with state law. This could cause unnecessary delays and compliance challenges with the Hawaii Revised Statute section 46-89. On your screen before you, we have a comparison to the planning department initiated bill. So first off, in the first row, you guys can see to the left of your screen, you have Bill 194 and you have the planning director initiated bill, which you had already heard in October and you will hear again after this. So first off, both bills remove the use permit requirement. Both bills will now require that a telecommunication tower come in and get a plan approval. The next is the plot plan showing the location of the building and the proposed antenna or tower. As you can see, Bill 194 does include that all building and uses within 300 feet would be required within that plot plan, whereas the planning department bill just requires the plot plan showing the location on the building site. Section 25-274-5, as being proposed in Bill 194, was the section that was removing the federal compliance with the commission or the statement that no such compliance is necessary as shown in the planning director bill. However, in the Bill 194 to your left, this would now require a report prepared by a person who is licensed in the state of Hawaii as a professional electrical engineer, certifying that the proposed use complies with all electrical standards and regulations, including those related to radio frequency emissions of the Federal Communications Commission and the state of Hawaii. Bill 194 does have the co-location requirement, which is seen on your screen to the left in section 25-412A. It does require that a telecommunication antenna or tower, including any co-location of any new antenna upon an existing tower, shall be permitted in any zoning district, provided that the director has issued plan approval for such use. Currently, I do want to touch on this because currently, if there is a co-location on a tower, we don't require an additional plan approval. But based on how I'm reading this, a new plan approval would be required for any new co-location. So the planning director initiated bill in section 25.412A does speak to how the telecommunication tower shall be permitted in all districts, as well as discusses the co-location of antennas upon existing privately owned towers and expansions of related support equipment, as well as it goes into the substantial change, which is regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. And also going back to Bill 194, section 25.27410 does have a co-location documentation requirement. So into the similarities, the setbacks are both the same for both bills. It's 120% feet of the tower height from the property line. Bill 194 does require that a tower be sited no less than 1,000 feet of any property line of any hospital, school, or residential district, whereas the planning director's bill did require it be 1,200 feet from any nearby residence and school. In addition, the planning director's bill does have the telecommunication towers located within the V, CV, CG, CV, MCX, ML, MG, and CDH zoning districts shall be exempt from setback requirements. And Bill 194 and the planning director initiated bill both have a decommissioning plan as well as an abandonment of tower. These are just the key contrasts of only Bill 194 on your screen. So as you can see, there are elevation drawings, electrical drawing requirements, fire safety requirements, statement from the State Department of Health for noise levels. There's a statement on possible interference with the county radio system. There's an analysis of soil conditions and flood hazards. There's a maintenance plan. There's a copy of all required licenses. Declaration that the tower will be operation in 2 years is seen in section 25.27415. There are light fixture requirements. There is the private consultant requirements. There are radio frequency exposure requirements, prioritization level requirements, design requirements, underground requirements, a restriction of outdoor facility requirement, as well as a public liability insurance requirement that are all found in Bill 194, and none of that is found within the planning director bill. The planning director does recommend at this time that the planning commission send an unfavorable recommendation of Bill 194 to the county council as currently written. With that, I can turn it back to the chair.
Do we have any questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have
Yes.
one question.
Commissioner
Can you explain to me, section 25-4-12F regarding the, private consultation? So, yeah, if you can just explain it, the comparisons between, Bill 194 and, what's going on right now, and what the planning, the planning director initiative, if you could just explain what's going on and what is it proposing?
I'm going to have County Council Cindy Evans come forward too. You want to come forward and sit here with us?
So just right off the bat, that currently within our telecommunication tower approval process, we don't have this type of allowance for a discussion with a private consultant. So this is new.
Is there any more questions for staff? We have,
I have a follow-up question. So I'm a little bit confused. So who pays for this private consultant the way it is now? And in Bill 194, who pays for this private consultant? Does that fall on the tower developer or is it the county?
I'm not so sure. I may leave that up to Councilmember Evans to go further into where she sees this going.
Okay, can we swear you in, please? Oh, she's already sworn in. Okay. So unmute you. Yeah, there you go. Can you answer that question?
Okay,
Commissioner Au?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to swear in again?
on this one?
You're already sworn in.
Oh, okay, on
Yeah.
this question. Okay. So the intent of it is technology is moving really, really fast. And I was hoping that whatever structure we put in the county code would be something that would take into effect 6G, 7G, what's going on with satellites or whatever. So what it was intended to do is sometimes when you feel like you don't have the capability to make that decision, this would allow that it would allow the planning director, if he determines that he needs to get a consultant, that it would allow him to do that. The details of who pays for it, you're right, it hasn't yet been, that little detail is not in there. But this bill has a lot that it does have tweaking to do to the language, but that was the intent behind it.
Okay, because the way I read it, or the way I um determine it is who's liable, right? So if if we pay or somebody pays for the consultant, and whether the tower gets approved or not, in the end, who's going to be liable if there is a lawsuit? Yeah, I'm just trying to look down the line and the intentions of consulting, because I believe right now there are no consultants. We just go by FCC standards, from what I believe, like a letter from the FCC. So, I understand the intent of Bill 194 and I support it, but I just want to get a better understanding of all the different moving pieces. And I know moving forward, there's a lot to talk about and a lot of discussion. So that's why I have the question.
Right. And sometimes my feeling is when in doubt, leave it out. That's probably what I would recommend. Like I said, it's an interesting, if I may explain that, I started drafting this bill about a year and a half ago. And my intent was to address the concerns of the community I had in North and South Kohala. And it had nothing to do with the law that was passed at the state legislature. And the state legislature basically caused us to put the language in that it can't be a special use permit anymore. It has to go plan approval because of the 60-day. And so I wasn't even focused on that. I didn't even understand that. So when I wrote my bill, it was about looking at legislation across the whole United States, counties, cities, what you can and can't do. The things that I wrote, I actually called the FCC and talked to their compliance officer. I talked to the PUC. I talked to Department of Land and Natural Resources, Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I talked to everybody I could think of that had a concern or may actually have communication towers on their property, and to understand what they thought was important to have. And so I really felt that I really believe that I am not overstepping at all what I'm asking in terms of certain standards that we at our level want for siting these towers.
Thank you. So you would be open to us as we go through this?
Yes.
To talk to you about language then?
Oh, I don't know if you want to, after we do the testimony.
Okay.
Provide that for
All right. Do we have any more questions for Councilwoman Evans before we take public testimony? So we're good right now. We may have more questions. But is there any public testimony on Zoom?
Not in person. Jessica?
Yes, we have Leila Vega here to provide testimony. Leila?
Hello.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
So you'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Leila Vaga. I reside in Portland, Oregon, and I am here today on behalf of Verizon Wireless. I am also a part of the working group that submitted a joint industry comment letter. We generally share a lot of the same concerns as the planning director's report. Also, we have submitted detailed comments. We've got concerns with setbacks and lot sizes, also with items that just as stated are not workable. For example, state certified electrical engineers generally do not review RF. So it's just not the appropriate person that's regulated directly by the FCC with wireless carriers. And another example is the Department of Health generally doesn't sign off on noise levels in the way that it's written. A lot of what's typical is to have a certain noise level that is allowed, and then we cannot exceed that. That's also something that's often considered at building permit level. So I won't go into detail on all those items. Just wanted to state that we do have several concerns. And I also have 20 years of experience in the wireless industry. I know this is a highly technical topic that can be challenging to wrap your head around in certain aspects. So I wanted to make myself available as a resource whenever this is being discussed. Just if you'd like to ask any questions about the technology or the industry, I'm happy to help as best I can. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for taking up this matter.
Thank you. You know, my question is, we're looking at Bill 194. Are you speaking to that directly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 194 directly. We do have a few outstanding comments also with regard to item 2, but that's not what is being discussed. So reserving to 194.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? No? Oh, Commissioner.
No, I have no comment. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Could I make a comment?
Yeah. please.
Yeah.
If you're making comment, we need to wait till there's a motion. If you have a question, you may ask a question.
So we're going to make a motion, then we can talk. Okay.
So we can make comments and discussion. I'm going to make a motion. I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on proposed amendments to chapter 25 zoning, article 5 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, docket number PL PDI 2024-00009.
This is a favorable recommendation for an.
Yes, favorable recommendation.
Okay, and we have a second on that? We need a second, so we
I
can talk
second.
about, okay, seconded by Commissioner. Okay,
So I support the intentions of Bill 194. I do know that it can be burdensome to add on all of these requirements, but again, this is just discussions and it's going to be tweaked and it's going to be moved. Things are going to be taken out, things may be put in. And I know there's a burden on the county and the planning department when this moves forward in any way, shape or form. It's going to add more work. It's going to add more employees. It's going to add more funds that need to go to the planning department. But I think it's good for the community. The major concerns that we've been hearing for years and years and years is the dangers of our cell phones.
one caution. Okay.
So yeah, I agree with the intentions of the bill. I think it's good that we have regulations put forth on the developers, make them more accountable, and I support it.
With your permission, Chair, I need to caution the commission, and I will be citing a US code. It's 47 subsection 7 subsection IV. So 7C and then IV. No state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. So it cannot be considered we are exceeding our authority if we make rulings based on environmental concerns. And that is controlling for any county actions. We would be exceeding our authority. I'm happy to further discuss, provide that for us in executive session. There is also state statute that is clearly on point on this matter. We could inquire of the planning department the authority of the planning commissions to act outside of zoning and land use. So I caution the commission.
And that, I just want to say too, it's like, this is the planning commission. So some of the things that I'm seeing too are having to do with the fire department or the flooding department or other departments. It's not our planning commission, but I just wanted to say that. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I
Councilman
wrote
Webb?
the language because exactly what she said, that you cannot make a decision based on the emission. However, we have the right to know what the emission is. And so for us to have the information in our file is okay for us to know. We need to know what they're doing. And so I wrote it very specifically. This is not, the approval will never be subject to what the emission is because they're protected by federal law.
Thank you.
If there is a request for an executive session, I do have the statutes available to the commission.
I think we're okay.
If I may, I do want to clarify that right now the motion on the table is actually for PL-CCI 2024 0000009. I think you had mentioned that it was a PDI. So I do want to clarify that it is a favorable recommendation to the county council for PL-CCI 2024 0000009, correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
PDL, not PDI.
Thank you.
So given that this is a discussion time for us, so we can look at it. Commissioner Rodriguez, did you have something you wanted to discuss?
Yes, I'd like to, thank the building director for, what he introduced, but
Point of clarification, I am the planning director and I did not introduce this legislation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, for the bill that was introduced, but I'm in favor of Bill 194 because it goes a little extra farther to protect our citizens. There's a lot of things that we don't know about antennas. We were just introduced to cancer in our family, so that's my concern. So I think we need to protect our public more. Thank you.
Commissioner Noburikawa.
How do I get us into executive session? Because I'd like to see more of those codes. So do I just?
We have a second. for this.
Well, actually, I like first said discuss the possibility of a deferral. I'm not sure how long executive session will take for us to get to anyways, if you're gonna put that motion forward for executive session.
We should defer. It's the end of the day. I can't really think. If you took your motion.
Okay.
Do we have any consequences if we defer this?
Yes.
Oh,
So Bill 194, the CCI docket needs to be, the recommendation needs to be transmitted back to council by December 21st, which is a Saturday, which is 2 days after your next meeting. And it would be almost impossible for staff to draft the action letter and get it to council by that date.
okay. So we're gonna stay with this then. Okay, get this done. So we now have a motion to go to executive session. Is that right?
Yes.
And I need a second.
Second.
Commissioner, okay. Is there any discussion about that? Can we get then a vote then? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. So anybody opposed? All in favor, we're going to take an executive session for 10 minutes? 15 minutes, 10 minutes, okay. 5 minutes.
We're good to go.
Where did he go?
Here's the rest of
Go get him. You go get him.
He's talking outside the chamber.
Bringing a sweater next time.
Yeah.
Well,
Your art factor keeps going down.
Well, hey, I was thinking.
Curious.
reading it wrong,
You
that's
know,
why I
right
asked.
there.
Ding.
We need to start.
Come back.
That's why I asked. Yeah. Right.
No, they did it.
Okay, deep breaths, everyone, and here we're gonna adjourn now.
Did it, so that's the only reason why I asked.
Meeting is back.
Wait a minute, we're all sitting down. Here we are, okay. Meeting is re-adjourned. It is 4:25. Okay, we're back from executive session where we got clarified on some important matters. The federal law, very important. Okay, so we do have a motion on the table.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to withdraw my motion that I just made.
Okay. And we have to second that withdrawal.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nabarikawa. And then can we vote on that then? Yeah. So we're going to vote on a motion to withdraw. Does it have to be a verbal one? Okay, so all in favor of withdrawing the motion that's
Aye.
on the table?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Yes, aye. You have to say it though. I didn't hear you say it.
Aye.
Okay. So the motion is withdrawn.
Can I go ahead and make another motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this agenda item. PDL 2024-00009.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Paishandaward. Any discussion now on this? Motion deferred.
Just to clarify, that's PLCCI 2024-00009. It's being deferred.
So I think, part of the reason is this deferral is here is because it's the end of the day and we have a lot to discuss here. And there's no way, and one of our commissioners has to leave right away. So we want to spend more time at talking about this. So we're going to defer it to the next meeting. Is there any other discussion on this? Yeah. 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 What?
CJ.
Yes, that is fair, just to put some amendments together and be able to structure this a lot cleaner instead of just jumping it right down. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to do a roll call vote then.
Okay, so the motion is to defer PL-CCI 2024-00009. And that is to defer to the next Leeward Planning Commission, which will be in December.
Yes.
Commissioner Au,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan Duart,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Evans. So we just have one last thing on the thing that I think we can do very quickly. It is to agenda item number 2, which was already approved, but it was sent back to us because of some typos and some word changes. And so that was initiated by the planning director, PL-PD1, I-2024-000008. The planning director has initiated an ordinance to amend Chapter 25, Article 2, Article 4, Article 5, Article 7 of the Hawaii County Code 1983 2016 edition as amended, relating to telecommunication antennas and towers. The purpose is to remove the requirement for a use permit to establish telecommunication antennas and towers in certain zoning districts, add application requirements, amend standards for establishment of telecommunication antennas and towers. We have a presentation by Tracy Lee Camaro.
Okay, thank you guys all so much for your patience. This is your last item of the day. So before you today, we have the planning director initiated bill related to telecommunication antennas and towers. This is a supplemental information. This report supplements the planning director's original background and recommendation report that was previously provided to the Windward and the Leeward Planning Commissions. Just to give you a previous timeline, August 2024, the planning director initiated the bill to amend Chapter 25 related to telecommunication antennas and towers. In between the months of September and October, the draft bill was considered by the Windward and Leeward Planning Commissions, specifically the Windward Planning Commission meeting on September 5th and October 3rd, and the Leeward Planning Commission meeting, which was held on September 19th. On October 15th, 2024, the Planning Department transmitted the Windward and Leeward Planning Commission's recommendations on the draft bill to the County Council for consideration. However, on October 18, 2024, the Planning Department was informed that corrections to the draft bill were necessary before it could proceed to the County Council. So all in all, there are errors that were found in the bill that needed to be corrected. So therefore, we had decided to bring it back to the commissions, and it actually aligned well with Bill 194 for you guys to see them both at the same time. So in response, the planning director incorporated the feedback from the county clerk's office, which is shown in the revised draft bill, Planning Department Exhibit 2B. Key updates in this draft include corrections to drafting errors, such as correcting terminology, spelling, grammar, and formatting errors. We also went ahead and used the legislative drafting format, which includes amendments to the previously omitted Hawaii County Code 1983, Chapter 25. These specific sections 25-5-92, 25-5-102, 25-5-112, and 25-5-122, which were found to have a reference to telecommunication and telecommunication antennas. So all in all, we've had multiple changes being made to the bill, as you could see in the planning director's original background report. And throughout the years, there's just been changes that haven't fully incorporated the whole code or the whole Chapter 25 in regards to telecommunication antennas and towers. So these 4 sections were originally missing and they were put in, and it is just to correct the wording in these 4 sections. So except for the omitted sections mentioned above, no other substantive changes were made to the draft bill when it was originally considered by the planning commissions. And the planning director's original background report provides the high-level summary and rationale for the proposed amendments. The revised bill provides a precise structure. It incorporates all omitted sections. It ensures clarity in the amended text and meets the legislative drafting format requirements. When you look at the 2 bills, you'll see one bill has all of the zoning code sections, and it's about like 25 pages, whereas this bill is close to 7 pages. So we're able to condense it. That being said, the planning director is recommending that you continue to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council on his PDI initiated bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff? No. Is there any public testimony? Is it any public testimony or any Zoom testimony?
We have no testifiers, Chair, on Zoom signed up to testify on this item.
What? What?
Can you repeat that, Jessica?
Yes, Chair, we have no testifiers signed up to testify on this item.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm prepared to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, please.
I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on proposed amendments to Chapter 25 zoning, Article 2, Article 4, Article 5, Article 7 of the Hawaii County Code 2016 edition as amended, docket number PLPDI 2024-00008.
Need a second? Seconded by Commissioner Kanuha. Discussion? No discussion? We need a vote then, please.
Thank you so much. The motion is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council. Commissioner Ao,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Noborikawa,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Paishan Duart,
Aye.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
will see you tomorrow.
We'll be notified in writing. Okay, wait, we're not quite done. All right, so the planning director's report, we're almost done. The report on the special management SMA determinations and minor permits issued by the planning director in October 24 was distributed via email. Do the commissioners have any questions about the SMA? No, no question. Oh, Commissioner Kanuha, do you have a question?
Oh, no.
No. Aloha. See you tomorrow.
Oh,
Agenda items for the next meeting. Commissioners, do you have anything you want to agendize for the next meeting? Bill 194. It'll be there, right? Okay. Is that it? Oh, Commissioner
Yeah,
Ao?
just a quick question. How many items do we have on our next agenda?
With the addition of Bill 194, we have 4.
And that is also a half-day meeting, right? Not half-day, but I think the meeting is in the morning and our special is after.
We're actually starting the regular meeting in the afternoon. So we had scheduled it tentatively for 2 o'clock. We'll probably push that back to 1 o'clock to give time for Bill 194. So you'll start your day at 1, and then we'll have a break for dinner, and then you'll start the 5 o'clock general plan meeting.
What? It's a nighttime meeting? Oh, I thought it was Friday. Well, we changed it. I didn't even know. Okay. All right. Are there any announcements? Well, that was a big announcement.
That was one. We also have the election of officers for 2025 on the next agenda.
Great.
Commissioners are permitted to speak with each other regarding elections and regarding officers' nominations. So you are free to speak with each other for the elections.
Okay. All right. Are there any other, the announcement, the Leeward Planning Commission's next regular meeting is scheduled for Thursday, December 19th, 2024. The county council chambers in Kona, and the public can testify via Zoom. The date and venue of the meeting are subject to change. And are there any other announcements? With no other announcements, we need a motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
In a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Noborikawa. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, all in favor. Meeting adjourned.
Ooh.
Good job, y'all. See you guys tomorrow.
Can we leave this stuff here?
Yes.
The closed captions transcript will be terminated shortly, and those who wish to save the transcript should do so now.